嗨，亲爱的小伙伴们，你们好。在接下来的10天的时间里呢，我要带你们读一本书，叫做《Flipped》，怦然心动，是一个美国小说家写的比较新的一本小说哈，讲的是青春期的那种朦胧的美好的爱情故事。之所以选择这本书呢，因为我发现它相对来说比较简单，相对来说哈，另外呢，在各大卖书的平台上，你们都可以买到它的纸质版，所以它应该是非常适合我带着你们讲一讲，领着你们入门，然后你们自己去把书买来去看的，这样的一种帮助你学英语的一个方式。好了，那么我们在10天当中呢，每天讲一部分，今天呢就来到我们的 Day 1，第一天 Diving Under and Flipped。它每一个章节呢，基本上都是分成男孩讲解和女孩讲解，是以每一个人做主角、做独白的这样的一个形式的，一男孩一个女孩。那么今天男孩的心情就是 diving under， 潜水潜在下面，千万不要被人看见。Flipped， 怦然心动，是这个女孩的感觉。好了，我们走入男孩和女孩的内心世界。Bryce是这个男孩的名字。他说 All I've ever wanted is for Julie Baker to leave me alone. For her to back off. You know, just give me some space. It all started the summer when my family moved into her neighborhood. When the truck, stopped in front of our house, she rushed to us and offered to help us move the boxes. Did we invite her to get into our moving van and start climbing all over boxes? No. But that's exactly what she did, taking over and showing off like only Julie Baker can. My dad tried to stop her. Hey, what are you doing? You are getting mud everywhere. She didn't hop out, though. Instead, she started pushing a big box with her feet. Don't you want some help? She glanced my way. It sure looks like you need my help. No, my dad says, then pulls her up by the arm. Why don't you run along home? Your mother is probably wondering where you are and she's worried about you. No, she says. Oh, my mom knows where I am. She said it was fine. Then she points across the street and says, We live just right over there. My father looks to where she's pointing and mutters, Oh boy. Then he looks at me and winks. 他眨眼睛 as he says, Bryce, isn't it time for you to go inside and help your mother? I smiled and said, Sure thing. Then jumped off the lift gate and headed for my new front door. But I heard her coming after me. I couldn't believe it. Maybe it just sounded like she was chasing me? She was following me? Maybe she was really going the other way. She was going back home. But before I got up the nerve to look, 我鼓起那个神经，鼓起那个勇气 to look, she blasted right past me, grabbing my arm and yanking me along, saying, Come on, come on. My mom came out of the house and immediately got the world's sappiest look on her face. Well, hello, she says to Julie. Hi. I'm still trying to pull free, but the girl has got me in a death grip. She was grabbing my arm. My mom is grinning, smiling, looking at my red face. What's your name, honey? Julia Baker. I live right over there, she says, pointing with her unoccupied hand. Well, I see you've met my son, my mother says, still grinning away. Aha! Finally, I break free from her and do the only manly thing available when you are 7 years old. I hide behind my mother. Mom pulls her arm around me and says, Bryce, honey, why don't you show Julianne around our house? Julie would have tramped right into our house if my mother hadn't noticed her muddy shoes and told her to take them off. And after those dirty shoes were off, my mom told her that her dirty socks had to go too. Julie wasn't embarrassed, not a bit. She just peeled off the socks and left them in a crusty heap on our floor. I didn't exactly give her a tour. I locked myself in the bathroom instead. When I finally got the nerve to come out, she was gone. No Julie. But my troubles were far from over. Every day she came back, over and over again. Can Bryce play with me? I don't think I went outside the first whole week. I don't want to see her. I don't want her to hold my hand again. My mom didn't understand why it was so awful that cute little girl had held my hand. She thought I should make friends with her. No way! Though I was only 7.5 years old, I knew Julie Baker was dangerous. It turned out that Julie was more dangerous at school than at my home. The minute I walked into Mrs. Yelson's second grade classroom, 二年级的课堂, I was dead meat. 死定了. Bryce! Julie squeals, You're here! Then she charges across the room and tackles me. Mrs. Yelson tried to explain this as a welcome hug. But man, that was no hug, that was a tackle. Tackle, 那是一个攻击，他把我给攻击，差点倒地上了。And even though I finally shook her off, it was too late. I was branded. I got a brand. Everybody joked about us. Where's your girlfriend, Bryce? Are you married yet, Bryce? And then, when she chased me around at recess and tried to lay kisses on me, the whole school started singing. Bryce and Julie sitting in a tree, kissing, kissing. See, my first year in town was terrible, was a disaster. The third grade wasn't much better. She was following me everywhere. Same with the fourth grade. But then, in the fifth grade, I took action. I had a good idea. I asked another girl, Shelley Stalls, out. Shelley is nice, and she's friendly, and she's got a lot of hair. But I know Julie hated her. What I was thinking was that Shelley would eat lunch at our table and maybe walk around a little with me. That way, anytime Julie was around, all I'd have to do was hang a little closer to Shelley. And then Julie would know I like someone else, and she would walk away. What happened, though, is that this Shelley, the girl, took things way too seriously. She went around telling everybody including Julie, that we were in love. She told everybody, "Hey, Bryce and me are in love." In no time, Julie and Shelley got into some kind of catfight. What made it worse was that one day after their fight, Shelley heard from one of my friends that I held her hand not because I loved her, but to make Julie mad at me. Shelley felt hurt, and she cried for days and followed me around school, sniffling, 哭哭啼啼的 sniffling, and making me feel like a real jerk. I felt I was a big jerk. I was a badass. 我是个大混蛋, which was even worse than having Julie as a shadow. 还不如让朱莉做我的影子。Shelley officially dumped me and started going out with another boy. Then, Julie started up being my shadow again. Now, in the 6th grade, things changed. She stopped chasing me, but she started sniffing me. Sniffing me. Yes, my friend, I said, sniffing. I was sitting right in front of Julie Baker. This is where the sniffing comes in. That maniac, that crazy little girl, started leaning forward and sniffing my hair. I tried back kicking. I tried kicking her with my back, but she wouldn't stop. She kept sniffing my hair. And suddenly one day, the sniffing stops, and the whispering starts. She found some spelling mistakes I made, and she started whispering the answers to me. Pear is P-E-A-R. P-E-A-R. Oh my goodness, Julie Baker, the top student, cheating for me. So, I spent the 6th grade somewhere between happy and unhappy. Happy that I got better scores in spelling tests, unhappy that I had to be sniffed. I kept thinking that next year, things would be different. We would be in junior high, a big school, in different classes. And I won't see Julie that often at that time. It will be over at that time. OK, 好，接下来呢，就换成女孩子7岁的 Juliana 或者是 Julie 她的内心独白了。The first day I met Bryce Losky, I flipped. 我心动了。Honestly, one look at him and I became a lunatic. I lost my mind. It's his eyes, something in his eyes. They are blue and they're dazzling. They took my breath away. I couldn't breathe seeing his eyes. I helped him and his father to move the boxes. Then his dad sent him off to help his mother inside the house. Well, I chased Bryce up the walkway, and that's when everything changed. You see, I caught up to him and grabbed his arm, trying to stop him, so maybe we could play a little. But the next thing I know is that he's holding my hand, looking right into my eyes. My heart stopped. It just stopped beating. And for the first time in my life, I had that feeling, like the world is moving all around you, or beneath you, or under you, or inside you. And you are floating in midair, you are flying. I almost got my first kiss that day. I'm sure of it. But then his mother came out to the front door, and he was so embarrassed that his cheeks turned completely red. And the next thing you know, he's hiding in the bathroom. I was waiting for him to come out when his sister Lynette saw me in the hallway. She seemed big and mature to me, and since she wanted to know what was going on, I told her a little bit about it. I shouldn't have, though, because she wiggled the bathroom doorknob and knocked on the door and started teasing Bryce something fierce. "Hey, baby brother," she called through the door. "There is a hot chick out here waiting for you. What's the matter, baby brother?" It was so embarrassing. I yanked on her arm and told her to stop it, but she wouldn't. So finally, I was so embarrassed, I just left. It was very strange. I hadn't gotten to play with Bryce at all. All I knew was that his eyes were a dazzling blue, that he had a sister who was not to be trusted, and that he had almost kissed me. I fell asleep that night, thinking about that kiss that might have happened. What did a kiss feel like? Somehow, I knew it wouldn't be like the one I got from Mom or Dad at bedtime. All through the second and the third grades, I couldn't seem to stop myself from following him, from just wanting to be near him. By the fourth grade, I'd learned to control myself. The thought of him still sent my heart humming, sent my heart singing. But my legs didn't actually chase after him anymore. I stopped running after him. I just watched and thought and dreamed of him. Then in the fifth grade, Shelley Stores came into the picture. Shelley Stores is a ninny. A girl I don't like, a whiny, gossipy, backstabbing ninny who says one thing to one person and the opposite to another. I hate her. I don't like her. My solution to Shelley Stores was to ignore her, which worked just dandy, just okay, until about halfway through the fifth grade, when I saw her holding hands with Bryce. My Bryce, the one who was still embarrassed over holding my hand 2 days before the second grade, the one who was still too shy to say much more than hello to me, the one who was still walking around with my first kiss. How could Shelley have wormed her hand into his? How dared she? Bryce looked over his shoulder from time to time as they walked along, and he was looking at me. My first thought was that he was telling me he was sorry. Then it dawned on me. I suddenly began to know he was asking for my help. He needed my help. It wasn't a job a boy could do gracefully to dump a girl like Shelley. This was a job for a girl. I must help Bryce to get rid of this Shelley. I grabbed Shelley and had her off of him in 2 seconds. Bryce ran away the minute he was free, but not Shelley. Oh, no. Shelley came at me, scratching and pulling and twisting anything she could get her hands on, telling me that Bryce was hers, and there was no way she was letting him go. Okay, we had a cat fight. I thought I won. After this fight, Bryce started being a little friendlier to me, especially in the 6th grade after Mr. Martins sat us right next to each other. Sitting next to Bryce was nice. He was nice. He would say, "Hi, Julie," to me every morning. And once in a while, I would catch him looking my way. He'd always blush. His face would turn red. And then he would go back to his own work. And I couldn't help but smile. He was so shy and so cute. We talked to each other more too, especially after Mr. Martins moved me again. This time I was sitting behind Bryce. When our teacher one day was giving a spelling test, I saw Bryce was making some mistakes. He was having difficulty with the test. I would lean in and whisper answers to him. Wow, his hair smelled like watermelon. His hair smelled so nice. I couldn't stop sniffing his hair. Smelled like watermelon. I spent the year whispering spelling words, sniffing his watermelon hair, and wondering if I was ever going to get my first kiss. Hi everybody, 我们今天来学 flipped 怦然心动的第2天。Buddy, beware. 哥们儿，小心点儿。这是男孩的口吻。The sycamore tree. The sycamore tree. 无花果树。这是女孩的口吻。OK, 现在我们先来读 Bryce 男孩子的自述。Well, 7th grade brought changes. All right, but the biggest one didn't happen at school. It happened at home. Granddad Duncan came to live with us. The thing he likes to do best is stare out the front room window. Mom says he stares like that because he misses Grandma. But that's not something Granddad had ever discussed with me. As a matter of fact, he never discussed much of anything with me until a few months ago when he read about Julie in the newspaper. Now, Julie Baker didn't wind up on the front page of the Mayfield Times, our local newspaper, for being an 8th grade Einstein. You know, a middle school super smart girl. No, my friend. She got front page coverage. She got headline, 头条新闻, because she refused to climb out of a sycamore tree. This sycamore tree, was up the hill on Collier Street, on our street, and it was massive. It was big. It was huge. Massive and ugly. Back in the 3rd and 4th grades, she used to clown round with her brothers, play with her brothers in the branches of the tree. It seemed like they were playing in it whenever my mom took us somewhere in the car. Well, I did try to climb it once, in the 5th grade. It was the day after Julie had rescued my kite. She saved my kite. She climbed miles up, very high, to get my kite. And when she came down, she was actually very cool about it. And she didn't laugh at me for not, daring to climb up. Well, finally, the junior high, the middle school started. But my dream of a Julie-free existence shattered. I had to take the bus, and Julie always tried to stand beside me or talk to me. And then she started climbing. The girl is in the 7th grade, and she's climbing a tree, way, way up in a tree, so high. Why does she do it? And she tried to get me to climb up there with her too. Bryce, come on! You won't believe the colors. It's absolutely magnificent. Bryce, you've got to come up here. It's magic. It's beautiful. To avoid her, I started leaving the house at the very last minute. But one morning in the 8th grade, I heard a commotion. I heard a lot of noises up the hill and could see some big trucks parked up on Collier Street. There were some men shouting stuff up at Julie. All the other kids started to gather under the tree too. And I could hear them telling her she had to come down from the tree. The workers would come down the tree. Wow, Julie loved that tree. Stupid and ugly as the tree was, she loved it. And cutting the tree down would be like cutting out her heart. Everyone tried to talk her down, even me. But she said she wasn't coming down, not ever. And then she tried to talk us up. Bryce, please, come up here with me. They won't cut it down if we are all up here. For a second, I considered it. But then the school bus arrived, and I talked myself out of the idea. I shouldn't do it. It wasn't my tree. And even though she acted like it wasn't Julie's either. It was not her tree. We boarded the bus and left her behind. But today's school for me was pretty much a waste. I couldn't seem to stop thinking about Julie. Was she still up in the tree? Were they going to arrest her, take her to the police? When, in the afternoon, the bus dropped us from school, Julie was gone, and so was the tree. They were all gone. I went home and tried to shake it off, but I kept wondering, should I have gone up the tree with her? I thought about calling Julie to tell her I was sorry they had cut it down, but I didn't. It would have been too weird, too strange. Then, that night, right before dinner, my grandfather summoned me into the front room. When I went to see him, he said, "Tell me about your friend Julie Baker." Julie? She's not exactly my friend. Why is that? He asked calmly. What do you want to know? He opened the paper, and that's when I realized that Julie Baker had made all the front page of the Mayfield Times, our local newspaper. There was a huge picture of her in the tree, surrounded by a fire brigade and policemen. Why isn't she your friend, Bryce? Because she's... I shook my head and said, "You'd have to know, Julie." I'd like to. Why? Why? What? Because The girl's got an iron backbone. You know, a strong backbone, a very strong person. Why don't you invite her over sometime? An iron backbone, Granddad? You don't understand. The girl is a show-off. She's a know-it-all, you know. Is that so? Yeah, that's absolutely so. And she's been stalking me, stalking me and always talking to me since the 2nd grade. My granddad frowned, then looked out the window and said, They've lived there all along? I think they were born there. He looked back at me and said, A girl like that doesn't live next door to anyone, you know. Lucky them! Who wants to live next door to her? My granddad studied me long and hard. I said, What? But he just kept staring at me. Then he was holding out the newspaper to me. Read this, he said, without prejudice. By the time I got down back to my own room, I was mad. I was angry. I shoved the newspaper in the bottom drawer of my desk. I threw it away there in the drawer. Like I needed to know any more about Julie Baker. Who cares about her? Julie wasn't at the bus stop the next morning. On Friday morning, she was at school, but she didn't put up her hand through the air, trying to get the teacher to call on her to answer the question. She just sat there, very quiet. I told myself I should be glad about it. It was like she wasn't even there. And isn't that what I had always wanted? But still, I felt bad. About her tree and how her eyes were red around the edges. I wanted to tell her, Man, I'm sorry about your sycamore tree. But the words never seemed to come out of my mouth. Julie still didn't show at the bus stop. And by the end of the week, I learned from my friend Garrett that she was riding a bike. I really wanted to tell her she ought to try riding the bus again. But I stopped myself. What was I thinking? After all, the last thing I needed was for Julie Baker to think I missed her. 好可爱的少年的情感。好，接下来呢，就是到了 Juliana， 也就是 Julie， 她的内心独白。I love to watch my father paint. My father doesn't have a studio or anything. He paints outside. The paintings come out fine, beautiful, but I've always felt a little sorry for him, having to paint beautiful scenes in our backyard. You know, not a very beautiful yard. It's a yard with my chickens. When I was little, my dad would let me sit beside him while he painted. He told me all sorts of stories about what he had done when he was my age and other things too, like how he got his first job and how he wished he had finished college. When I got a little older, he started asking questions about me. What were we learning at school? What book was I currently reading? What did I think about this or that? Then, one time, he surprised me and asked me about Bryce. Why was I so crazy about Bryce? I told him about his eyes and his hair and the way his cheeks blush. But I don't think I explained it very well because When I was done, Dad shook his head and told me, in soft, heavy words, that I needed to start looking at the whole picture, at the whole landscape. I don't really understand what he meant. The whole landscape? What did it have to do with Bryce? I didn't see the whole landscape of Bryce. My father kept saying, the cow by itself is just a cow, and the meadow by itself is just grass and flowers, and the sun peeking through the trees. 太阳从树缝里面偷偷地看你，好美的文字啊。The sun peeking through the trees is just light, but put them all together, and you've got magic. Magic. Well, I understood what he was saying, but I never felt what he was saying until one day when I was up in the sycamore tree. The sycamore tree had been at the top of the hill, giving shade in the summer and a place for birds to nest in the spring. 夏天给我们阴凉，春天给鸟儿一个筑巢的地方。这个女孩眼中的世界真的太美了，我想是因为她的爸爸眼中的世界就很美。I had always played in the tree, but I didn't become a serious climber until the 5th grade, when I went up to rescue a kite that was stuck in its branches. It was a long way up, but I thought I would give it a shot. I would give it a try. I climbed up the tree, and then I noticed Bryce coming around the corner. This must be his kite. Can you climb that high? He called up to me. Sure! I called back, and up, up, up I went. Actually, I was afraid, but I told myself I should go up. The higher I got, the more amazed I was by the view. I had never seen a view like that. It was like being in an airplane above all the rooftops, above the other trees, above the whole world. Then I looked down at Bryce. And suddenly I got dizzy and weak in my knees. I was miles off the ground. Bryce shouted, Can you reach it? I caught my breath and managed to call down, No problem. Then forced myself to concentrate on the kite. Finally, I touched it. I grasped it. I had the kite in my hand. When I had the kite free, I needed a minute to rest. I looked out from the tree, out across the rooftops, 穿过房顶. That's when I had the most amazing feeling that I was flying, sailing among the clouds. Then I began to notice how wonderful the breeze smelled. You know, the soft wind. How wonderful the soft wind, the breeze smelled. It smelled like sunshine and wild grass and rain. Bryce called up, Are you stuck? Which brought me down to earth. Carefully, I worked my way down. I could see Bryce circling the tree, watching me to make sure I was okay. All of a sudden, I realized that Bryce and I were alone. Alone. My heart was racing, was running so fast as I held the kite out to him. And he looked still shy. And he said thank you, and he took the kite and left. From that day on, I could never forget the view I had on the tree. I kept thinking of what it felt like to be up so high in that tree. I wanted to see it, to feel it again and again. It wasn't long before I wasn't afraid of being so high up. I would climb up high to the kite spot and sat there for hours, just looking out at the world. Sunsets were amazing. Some days they would be purple and pink. Some days they would be a blazing orange, setting fire to clouds across the horizon. It was on a day like that when my father's notion of, the idea of whole being greater than the sum of its parts. 整个的大图像比每个小图像拼起来的要大得多。This idea moved from my head to my heart. The view from my sycamore was more than rooftops and clouds and wind and colors combined. It's not just roofs and clouds and trees and wind and colors. The whole landscape, the whole picture becomes magic. But one morning, before the school bus arrived, when I climbed up in the tree once again, when I looked down, I found big trucks parked right beneath me. Big trucks. 4 men. Chainsaws. Chainsaws. One of the men called up. Hey, you'd better calm down. We're cutting the tree down. The tree? Yeah. Now calm down. But who told you to cut it off? The owner. He called back. But why? Exactly from 40 feet up, I could see him scowl. Because he's gonna build a house. The owner wanted to build a house, and he can't very well do that with this tree in the way. My heart was crazy with panic. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't leave and let them cut down that tree. I cried. You can't cut it down. You just can't. Hey, guys. I called to the children standing below watching me. Get up here with me. They cannot cut it down if we are all up here. Marcia, Tony, and Bryce, come on. You guys, don't let them do it. They just stood there, staring up at me. None of them climbed up. When the school bus pulled in, one by one, they climbed on board. The neighbors gathered here. They tried to talk me down. I wouldn't come down. The police came, and I wouldn't come down. Somebody tracked down my mother, who cried and pleaded, but I was not coming down. Finally, my father came racing up to me. He got me down and took me home. 嗨，欢迎大家来收听第3天的 Flipped。我们先听听 Bryce 这个小男孩的内心独白。One morning, Julie appears on our doorstep. And what has she got in her hand? A half carton of eggs. You know my chickens? The ones I hatched for the science fair last year? They're laying eggs. She pushed the carton into my hand. Here, take these eggs. They're for you and your family. Thanks, I said. and closed the door. My mother leans out from the hallway and says, "Who was that, honey? What have you got there? Eggs?" She opened the carton, then closed it with a smile. "How nice," she said. "Who brought them over?" "Julie. She grew them." "Grew them?" "Well, her chickens did." "Oh?" Her smile started falling as she opened the carton again. "Is that so? I didn't know she had chickens." "Remember? You and Dad spent an hour watching them hatch at last year's science fair at our school." "Well, how do you know there are not chicks inside these eggs?" I shrugged. "I don't know, and I don't care. I don't think I'm gonna eat these eggs anyway." My father joined the discussion. "Chicks inside these eggs? Do they have a rooster?" 大公鸡. Nobody knows anything about Julie's egg or rooster. Lynette, my sister, says to my mom, "Just go ask them, why don't you? Call up Mrs. Baker and ask her." "Oh," my mom says. "Well, it doesn't seem very polite, does it?" My dad says, "So, son, why don't you just ask Julie?" "Dad, it's just a little question, Bryce." "But it'll get me half-hour answer." My dad studies me for a minute, then says, "No boy should be this afraid of a girl." "I'm not afraid of her." "I think you are." "Dad?" Seriously, son, I want you to get us an answer. Conquer your fear and get us an answer. To whether or not they have a rooster? That's right. He gets up, saying, I've got to go to work and you've got to get to school. I'll expect a report tonight. Great, just great. My day was doomed. Unlucky. Before it even had started. But then at school, when I told my friend Garrett about what had happened, he just shrugged, 耸耸肩膀, and said, "Well, she lives right across the street from you, right?" "Yeah, so?" "So just go over there, look over the fence." "You mean spy?" "Sure. How can I tell if one of them is a rooster or not?" Roosters are, bigger, and they have more feathers. And that, my friend, is how I wound up spying over Baker's back fence with Garrett Anderson, my friend. That afternoon, we went over to their fence and be a spy. Spy, 间谍。跑去人家篱笆那儿偷偷的往里看。Oh my God. Their backyard was a mess. Big surprise, so dirty. The bushes were out of control, and the yard, there wasn't grass. Where are those stupid chickens? Probably in the coop. 在鸡窝里呢, he says. 咕咕咕咕. One of the birds comes fluttering out. So, I ask him, "Is that a rooster?" He shrugs again. Looks like a chicken to me." "How can you tell?" I just know it." "So, what is a chicken? What is hen?" I asked him again. Well, but before he could give me an answer, the door to the back patio opens up, and Julie steps outside with a basket in her hand. Maybe she came here to pick up eggs. There she was. She patted and hugged her dog first, telling him what a good boy he was, and then she made him to go back to sleep. Then, you don't know what happened. She started singing. Singing, my friend, singing to the chickens or hens. At the top of her lungs, she goes, I've got sunshine on a cloudy day, my girls. She looks inside the coop and cuckoo, cuckoo. Hello, Flo. Good afternoon, Bunny, my girl. Come out, pumpkin. She was talking to the hens or chickens, whatever. The coop, 鸡圈, 鸡窝, the coop wasn't big enough for her to walk in. But does that stop Julie Baker? No. She gets down on her hands and knees and dives right in. Oh my God, she went into a coop. Chickens come flapping out. And pretty soon, the yard is full of birds. And all we can see of Julie is her poop-covered shoes. Ah, poop, 鸡屎, 鸡粪. Poop-covered shoes. I was looking at the bottom of Julie Baker's feet. Wondering how in the world a person could be so happy with poop stuck all over her shoes. Look, all of them are chickens. No rooster, my friend Garrett said. That night at dinner table, my father got right to the point. So, son, mission accomplished, task done. I gave him a smile. I said, they are all chickens. And what? Is that what Julie, the girl, said? They are all chickens? No, not exactly. Then exactly what did she say? She didn't exactly say anything. Meaning, I went over there and took a look for myself. You didn't ask her? I didn't have to. Garrett knows a lot about chickens. And we went over there and found out for ourselves. My father wasn't eating, he said. And what you found out was that they are all chickens? Right, no rooster, all chickens. But anyway, I'm not going to touch the eggs. Why is that? Because there is, I don't know how to say this nicely. Just say it, my father snaps. My father became angry. Well, there is, excrement everywhere. Gross, my sister says. You mean chicken droppings? 鸡粪? My mother asks. Yeah, there's not even a lawn. It's all dirt and, chicken turds. Poops. The chickens walk in and it peck through it and, gross. Gross! Don't expect me to eat any of these eggs. Mother, does the word salmonella mean anything to you? Salmonella, 大肠杆菌. Salmonella? My mother turns to my father. Do you suppose they could have salmonella? I don't know, Patty. I'm more concerned that our son is a coward. 胆小鬼. A coward, Rick, please. Bryce is no such thing. He's a wonderful child who's afraid of a girl. Dad, I'm not afraid of her. She just bugs me. Bryce, I asked you to conquer your fear, but all you did was give in to it. You spied. You didn't ask. If you were in love with her, that would be one thing. Love is something to be afraid of. But this is embarrassing. You are afraid of the girl. Rick, my mother was saying. Rick, calm down. He did find out what you asked him to. You know, whether they had roosters. No, he didn't. What do you mean? He tells me they're all chickens. Of course they're all chickens. The question is how many are hens and how many are roosters? Chickens, 鸡 hens, 母鸡 roosters, 公鸡. Oh my goodness. I felt like a complete doofus, an idiot, a stupid one. No wonder my father was disgusted with me. I was an idiot, stupid. I was silly. They were all chickens, of course. Garrett acted like he was an expert on chickens, but he didn't know anything. Why had I listened to him? All chickens. Of course all chickens, but do they have a rooster? But it was too late. My dad was convinced I was a coward. And to get me over it, he decided that what I should do was to take the carton of eggs back to the bakers and tell them we didn't eat eggs. Or we were allergic to them. 鸡蛋过敏，或者是 we didn't eat eggs. In order to prove that I was not a coward, I must go there to tell them I don't eat eggs. Then my mom butts in with, suddenly says, What? Rick, are you teaching our son to lie? But none of that is true. We eat eggs and we are not allergic. Why shouldn't he just tell them the truth? What? The truth? You are afraid of salmonella poisoning? 大肠杆菌中毒. Aren't you a little concerned about salmonella too? Patty, salmonella is not the point. The point is, I will not have a coward for my son. I don't want a coward. But teaching him to lie. Fine, then just throw away the eggs. I threw away the eggs, but they came again the next morning. 7 o'clock, Julie came with the eggs again. Hi, Bryce. Here you go. Fresh eggs. I tried to look her into the eye and tell her, no thanks. But she was so happy, and I didn't want to hurt her happy feelings. So I said thank you, took the eggs, and threw away the eggs. You can't believe it. This went on for 2 years. 2 years. It just became part of my morning routine. Every morning I did it. I would be on the lookout for Julie. I would watch her. And I would quickly open the door before she had the chance to knock or ring the bell. And then I would throw away the eggs, bury the eggs in the trash before my dad showed up. Nobody knew that I buried the eggs for 2 years. Then came this day I blew up. 我吹了，我搞砸了。One morning, she didn't leave after she gave me the eggs. She was standing there. I don't know why she stood there. But anyway, when I came out to throw away the garbage with the eggs, she found me. She found the eggs on the top of my garbage. She found the egg in the trash. What happened? Why did you throw them out? She asked. But her voice didn't sound like Julie Baker's voice. It was quiet and shaky. What happened? Why did you throw them out? What should I do? I couldn't do anything. So I told her that we were afraid of salmonella poisoning. We were afraid of salmonella because of her yard. Her yard was messy and dirty, and that we were just trying not to hurt her feelings. So we didn't tell her. I told it to her like we were right and she was wrong. But, my friend, you must know, I felt like a big jerk. 我觉得我是个大王八蛋. A big, complete jerk. Then she tells me that a couple of neighbors have been buying eggs from her. Buying eggs. Do you realize I've lost over $100 giving these eggs to you? Then she races across the street, back home, in a flood of tears. I'd never seen Julie cry before. To me, Julie Baker had always been too tough to cry. But today, she was flooding. I went down to my room feeling like the biggest jerk to ever hit the planet. 这个星球上最大的王八蛋 was me. Jerk, that means 王八蛋混蛋. I'd been sneaking around, throwing out eggs for over 2 years. Sneaking, 偷偷的 throw out the eggs. Avoiding her, avoiding my father. 躲着他，躲着我爹，躲着我爸. Why did I do that? What did that make me? Why hadn't I just stood up and said, no thanks? Don't want them, don't need them, don't like them. Give them to the snake. Give them to your friends. Something. Was I really afraid of hurting her feelings? Or was I really afraid of her, this girl? 这个男孩子的独白就说完了。现在到了 Julianne. Besides my dog, I had 6 chickens as my pets. I didn't buy them. In fact, I hatched them by myself. Well, in the 5th grade, 5年级的时候, my teacher asked me to hatch some eggs, 孵化小鸡, as a science fair project. The hatching was a very difficult job to do. But fortunately, with my dad's help, I got 6 little chickens. And my project got all of the attention of the students. They all came to watch my chickens coming out of the shell. It was beautiful. So, I started raising chicks in my backyard. But it turned out to be more difficult and more complicated than I thought. 比我想的更复杂. My chickens pecked away all the grasses. Peck 就是小鸡儿叨，把所有的草都给叨了。And the chicken feed, 那个鸡食，喂鸡的饲料 attracts mice, 把老鼠给引来了. Then, my brothers started trapping the mice. My brothers trap 想抓那个老鼠. They had an idea of raising a snake to eat the mice. Raising a snake, 养一条蛇来抓老鼠. They kept it a secret though, until one day I heard my mother screaming from the depth of their room. Ah! They were, it turns out, really raising a snake. I thought my mom would be so mad and angry with us that she would throw all of us out. The dog, the chickens, my brothers, me, and the snake. But just at that moment, I made an amazing discovery. I found my chickens were laying eggs. Beautiful, shiny white eggs. I first found one egg under Bonnie. My chickens all had got their own names. You know, Bonnie, Clyde, and Florence. And then I found one more in Florence's bed. Eggs! So my mother forgot about throwing away the hens. My hens laid more eggs than we could eat. One afternoon, as I was collecting eggs, our neighbor, Mrs. Sturby, leaned over the side fence and said, if you ever have any extra, I'd be happy to buy them from you. Really? Most certainly. $2 a dozen. Sound fair? Good price for you? $2 a dozen. I laughed and said, sure. Then, one day, I decided to give Mrs. Losky, Bryce's mother, some free eggs. She's a good neighbor. And I could take this chance to run into Bryce in the morning. Bryce's eyes seemed bluer than ever in the morning. Oh, his eyes. By the 3rd time I brought eggs over to the Loskys, I realized that Bryce was waiting for me, waiting to pull the door open and say, "Thanks, Julie," and then "See you at school." It was worth it, seeing those blue eyes. My happiness lasted for 2 years, delivering eggs and watching the blue eyes in the morning, until I was struck by a chain of bad luck. 一连串的厄运打击了我。The first bad luck, they cut down the sycamore tree, and 2 weeks later, my dog, Champ, died. And then the disaster. I found out Bryce throwing away my eggs. Not for 1 day, 1 week, 1 month, but for 2 years. I found it when he took out the garbage, and my eggs, the beautiful eggs, were sitting right on top of the trash. He said his mother was afraid of being poisoned. Poisoned? Why? I couldn't believe my ears. Because your backyard is a mess, like covered with turds, chicken droppings. I mean, look at the place, Julie. He pointed at our house and said, "It's not!" I cried, but the truth was sitting right across the street, impossible to deny. We had the yard a mess, dirty, with chicken droppings. I stumbled home, embarrassed, shy, confused, and heartbroken. My heart completely cracked open. 嗨，亲爱的小伙伴，大家好。咱们上一次课讲到了 Bryce felt like a big jerk, 感觉自己是个混蛋王八蛋 because he had been throwing away the eggs from Julie Baker for 2 years. 然后这个小姑娘就觉得 her heart cracked open, 她的心呢整个被打开了，被咔嚓一下给切开了，那么疼。那我们看看今天发生了什么事情呢？首先是 Bryce 的口吻。It was actually worse having Julie Baker mad at me than having her bother me. It was terrible. She was angry with me. She was mad at me. Why? Because I had screwed up. I screwed up everything. I'd been throwing the eggs she used to give me every morning for the past 2 years. And then she found out. And I blamed it on her yard. I didn't apologize. I didn't say it was my fault. I said it was her fault. It was her yard being so dirty. The way she ignored me and avoided me, 忽略我，避开我，不搭理我 after that was a screaming, loud reminder, 不停地提醒着我 to me that I had been a jerk. Then, one day, as I was coming home from school, I saw Julie in her front yard cutting a shrub. 在砍树呢。Although their yard was a mess, and it was about time someone did something about it, I wondered why Julie was the one doing it. The next day at school, I was trying to get up the nerve to say something to her. But I never ever even got the chance. She wouldn't let me go anywhere near her. Then, on the ride home, I had this thought of helping her with the yard to make up for having been a jerk. But my problem was, I never got a chance. I came walking down from the bus stop to find my grandfather doing my good deed, something I couldn't immediately absorb. My grandfather was doing my good deed. 他在做我本该做的好事儿 good deed, 好事儿。I stopped and watched them for some time. And the longer I watched, the madder I got. the more angry I got. My grandfather had already said more to her in this little slice of time. I saw him working together with Julie. Then he had said to me, the whole year and a half he had been living with us, he was talking to Julie, and he never talked to me that much. What was his deal with Julie Becker? What were they doing? What were they talking about? After supper that night, my grandfather came into my room, and I had to make an apology. He already knew about the eggs, having spent the afternoon helping Julie in the yard. Look, Granddad, I know I should have just told her, but I couldn't. I kept thinking they would stop. I mean, how long can a chicken lay eggs? And what was I supposed to do? Can I tell her that Mom was afraid of salmonella poisoning? And that Dad wanted me to tell her we were allergic? 我们过敏? No, I don't want to lie. And I don't want to be rude. So I just kept throwing them out. I didn't know she could have sold the eggs. I thought they were just extras, She didn't need them. I explained myself. My granddad replied by telling me to always do the right thing every time I am faced with a choice. Do the right thing every time you are faced with a choice, Bryce. Remember what I say. Don't forget that. My granddad said that. That whole week, Julie and my granddad worked on the yard together. Then Saturday happened, and the last thing I wanted was to spend the day at home while my grandfather mixed up dirt and helped plant Julie's yard. I was supposed to do that. Well, my mom tried to get me to do our own yard, but I would have felt silly, So what I ended up doing, 我最终干的是什么呢? What I ended up doing was looking out the window at Julie and my grandfather. It was totally lame thing to do. And my grandfather caught me looking at them. And he, of course, had to point me out to Julie. So I knew Julie knew that I was looking at them. So I dropped the curtain and left there, annoyed, being really unhappy. I didn't want them to know that I was spying at them. And when I got home later that day, there was Julie, sprinkling the yard. She was watering the yard. You know what happened. She ignored me. She didn't look at me. She didn't talk to me. So there she was, watering the yard, making me feel like a big jerk. And I had just enough of it. I went up to her and said, "It's looking really good. Julie, nice job." "Thanks," she said without smiling. "Chet did most of it." Chet? I thought, Chet? What was she doing? Calling my grandfather by his first name. "Look, Julie," I said, trying to get on with why I was there. I should say sorry. I should apologize. I'm sorry for what I did." She looked at me for a second. Then she said, "I still don't get it, Bryce. Why didn't you just tell me that you don't want my eggs?" I don't know. I should have. And I shouldn't have said anything about the yard either. It was, out of line. I didn't really mean it. I was already feeling better after I told her I was sorry. Then Julie said, "Well, maybe it's all for the better, and starts jumping up and down, acting more like her old self. The old Julie came back. Well, doesn't it look great? I learned so much from Chad. It's amazing. You're so lucky. You have such a great grandpa. I don't even have grandparents anymore. Oh, I said, not knowing what to say. Well, I do feel sorry for him, though. He sure misses your grandmother. Then she laughs and shakes her head, saying, Can you believe it? Your grandpa says I remind her. Your grandpa said I remind him of your grandma. What? Yeah. She laughs again. Yeah, that's what he said. But of course, he meant it in a nice way. I guess I was staring at Julie, not understanding why. Because Julie says, Oh, look, I didn't say it. He did. I just thought it was nice. That's all. Yeah, whatever. Well, good luck with the grass. I'm sure it'll come out great. During dinner that night, things were not lovely at all. My father was unhappy with my granddad because he had been helping Julie, a strange neighbor girl, rather than spending time to play with me, his own grandson. I was so afraid that Grandpa would tell them, that I had been a big jerk throwing away Julie's eggs and said impolite things about their yard. But thanks goodness, my grandpa looked at me and said nothing about that. And they started discussing why their yard was a mess. And my grandpa told them the truth. You know nothing about them. They don't own the house. They rent it. The landlord is supposed to keep the yard well, but he never did his job. And Julie's father had a retarded brother, mentally retarded, 精神智障, 智力障碍的 brother. He had to take care of. Therefore, he couldn't have enough money to maintain the yard himself. Everybody was silent when hearing this. But to my big surprise, my father said, Why didn't they just send the retard to the government care? It's not expensive at all. He's a retard, so he knows nothing. Hey, mentally retarded, huh? That explains it. Don't you think it runs in the family, huh? Runs in the family 指的就是在家族中这个精神病是遗传的。Everybody looked at my father, and nobody could believe their ears. It was dead silent in the room. My grandfather's face turned white, and he punched on the table and said, It's not a mental illness that runs in the family. Julie's uncle had his cord around his neck twice at birth. 脐带绕颈2圈. And due to lack of oxygen, he became retarded. Hearing this, my mother suddenly burst into cries. And she ran away out of the room. And my father followed her. I couldn't understand it at all. But later, and my granddad told me why my mother cried like that. It turned out that I had the cord around my neck when I was born. But fortunately for me, the doctor had been an expert. That is to say, without an expert doctor, I could have been a retard myself, just like Julie's uncle. However, what would my father do to me? If I had been a retard? I couldn't help thinking about this. Would he give up the nice house, the expensive yard and furniture, saving the money to look after me? From the way he talked, I was sure he would send me elsewhere, and he couldn't possibly do what Julie's family did for the uncle. It was at that moment when I remembered what my granddad had said to me. Always look beneath the surface to see a person. So, do I really know my father, what kind of person he is? Do I really know Julie Baker? Back in my room at night, I took the newspaper with the article about Julie out of the drawer. The odd thing is, the strange thing is, I could understand what she had done and said now. I ended up reading and rereading her parts, her story, wondering when in the world she started thinking like that. Well, a month ago, if I had read this article, I would have thrown it in the rubbish. But for some reason, it all made a lot of sense to me now. I could understand it. A month ago, I also wouldn't have paid much attention to the picture of Julie. But now I found myself staring at the picture. I had spent so many years avoiding Julie Baker that I had never really looked at her. And now, all of a sudden, I couldn't stop. I buried the paper under my pillow and tried to remind myself of what a pain Julie Baker was. She was always following me. But my mind started to wander again. And pretty soon, very quickly, I had that stupid paper out from under my pillow. 把报纸塞起来，然后忍不住又拿出来看，说你这个愚蠢的报纸，忍不住看这个女孩。What was I doing? This was crazy. This was insane. Finally, I made myself shut out the light and go to bed. I was sleeping, man. And it was definitely time to get a grip. I was sleeping. 我在往下滑，我要跌下去了，其实就是他坠入爱河了。It was definitely time. 绝对到了时间 to get a grip. 我要抓住一个东西，他不想坠入爱河，他说救救我吧，救救我吧，我要抓个东西。OK, 我们现在听一下 Julianne 的心声。I had never been embarrassed by where we lived before. I had never looked at our house and wished we were living somewhere else. Besides the yard, I also never really wondered about the money. I knew we were not rich, but I didn't feel like I was missing anything. I didn't feel that I was poor. It wasn't until Bryce called our home a complete dive of garbage that I started really seeing things. It wasn't just the yard. It was my dad's truck, my mother's car, the family bike that was old and dirty and rusty, and we also never went on vacation. Where did the money go? But I couldn't ask my parents. I didn't want to hurt their feelings. Then, one day, I had an idea that involved asking my parents if I could clean up the front yard. Plant lawn and maybe some flowers. However, what I learned from asking that was the fact that we didn't own the house and cleaning the yard wasn't our responsibility, but the owners. My parents also started talking about my Uncle David, whom I had never met, but was mentally challenged. I could tell from their argument that my uncle was the reason we didn't have our own house. We didn't have nice cars or fancy things or expensive things. He was the reason my parents always seemed tired. They worked very hard. My father later on came and talked to me about his brother and how much he loved him and how he had promised his parents he'd always take care of him. My mother also talked to me about how much she loved my father for his strength and kind heart about dreams and reality and the need to count your blessings. I felt so lucky, to have them as my parents. So in the morning, I promised myself that when I got home from school, I'd tackle the yard. Rented or not, it was my home. I was going to make it better. So I picked up the scissors that day and got to work. The next afternoon, Bryce's grandfather came to help me. He was Chester Duncan, but he let me call him Chet. At first, I thought he was helping me because what Bryce had said about our yard. It was the reason why we were throwing the egg. But Duncan seemed to have no idea of what we were talking about. It therefore turned out that he was not helping me because he felt bad about the eggs, but rather because I reminded him of his wife. The last thing in the world I expected was to become friends with Bryce's grandfather. But by dinner time, I knew so much about him and his wife and the adventures they had had together that it seemed like I had known him for a very long time. We worked together on the fence for days, and the whole time we worked and talked. It wasn't just about his wife either. He wanted to know about the sycamore tree. The next day at school, I avoided Bryce when I remembered what he did to my eggs. And by the end of school, I was so mad, I went straight away to work on the yard. I was still mad at him. When Chet appeared that afternoon, I asked him how he fell in love with his wife, before he asking me if I had boy problems. He told me how he fell in love with her, and then he mentioned how most people fall in love with how a person looks like on the outside, instead of looking at what is in their hearts. Always look in the heart. Don't look at the outside. This is what he said to me. Then he turned to me and said, "Get beyond his eyes and his smile and look at what's really there." The way he said it was as though he knew. Was he telling me his grandson wasn't worth it? His grandson only had a beautiful smile, but inside he was not a very good boy? I couldn't believe myself. Later that afternoon, Bryce came to my yard. "It's looking good, Julie. Nice job." It was Bryce, standing right there on our driveway. "I'm sorry for what I did, Julie. It was, wrong," he continued. I looked at him into those brilliant blue eyes, though it was like looking into the sun, and I had to turn away. 太逗了，写的女孩的情感，看到喜欢的男孩的眼睛，觉得看到了太阳，太闪了。It was like looking into the sun. I couldn't tell you what we talked about after that, except that he was nice to me and he made me laugh. And after he left, I shut off the water and went inside, feeling very, very strange. The rest of the evening, I bounced back and forth between upset and uneasy. 就是我在床上翻来覆去 upset and uneasy, 很不舒服，很不安，躁动。And of course, it had something to do with Bryce. I was uneasy. I felt as though someone was watching me. I got so frightened that I even got up and checked out my bedroom window. And in the closet, and under the bed, and still the feeling didn't go away. I felt someone was watching me. It took me until nearly midnight to understand what it was. It was me watching me. 这个是小女孩成长的一个阶段。 他突然跳出自己，客观的来看自己，跳出来说，我看我自己，我是不是看一个人的表面，还是我看了一个人的内心？所以是他成长的一个阶段。I was looking at someone at their heart instead of only looking at the eyes and on the outside. Oh, what a lovely story. 好了，今天就读到这儿，我们下次再见吧。亲爱的小伙伴，欢迎继续收听 Flipped 怦然心动。上一次呢，我们讲到 Bryce， 他说啊，我要抓紧，因为他有一点点 falling in love。然后女孩子呢，发现了 Bryce 扔了他的鸡蛋，特别生气，但是呢，修理完了自己的 yard， 跟 Bryce 的 grandfather 有了很愉快的谈话，然后也基本上原谅了 Bryce。OK， 那么我们今天呢，就来听听 Bryce 他自己讲述的他的心路历程。I woke up on Sunday feeling like I'd caught a cold. 这个爱上别人的感觉就好像要感冒了。So, feeling like I'd caught a cold. I got out of bed early because I had eaten almost nothing the night before, and I was starving. As I was approaching the kitchen, as I was going to the kitchen, I glanced into the family room. I took a look at the living room and noticed that my dad had slept on the couch. This was not good. It was a sign that things were still not okay from last night's encounter during dinner, from last night's quarrel. You know, my parents had a quarrel last night during dinner. I got into the kitchen and poured myself a good bowl of corn flakes. 玉米片. I was about to pour milk on it when my mother walks in and takes it away from me. You're going to wait, young man, she says. This family is going to have Sunday breakfast together. But I'm starving. So are the rest of us. Now go. I'm making pancakes and you are taking a shower. Go. At breakfast, my father didn't look like he had slept the night on the couch. He was dressed in tennis shorts and a purple polo shirt, and his hair was all blown dry. 吹得干干的，吹得有造型 blown dry， 吹出造型来了。Like it was a work day. 特别逗，我觉得他把那个家庭的这种吵架之后，然后爸爸装作什么事儿都没有的这种描写的特别形象。Well, personally, I thought the shirt looked kind of girly. You know, he looked like a girl. But my mom told him that he looked nice. My father just eyed her suspiciously. Eyed her, 用眼睛瞄她 suspiciously, 不敢置信的他肯定自己都觉得穿的不好看，然后他妈妈说you look nice. 我想也是一种讽刺所以很逗。 My father just eyed her suspiciously. OK, 我加一句哈，我不知道大家的英文水平怎么样，就是我真的很希望你们能提高你们的英文水平，因为提高了以后你看到小说你会笑的，真的笑死了。继续哈。My grandfather came in telling my mom that the house smelled wonderful, then went ahead to say good morning to my dad and I before sitting. Lynette! My mother sang out, breakfast! Mom asked Lynette if she was going to church with her friends, and my sister Lynette replied that she was, while sitting down at the table. Mom brought breakfast, pancakes, fried eggs, and hash browns to the table. Well, my mother said as she sat down, I've come out with a solution to our situation. Here it comes, my father muttered. But my mother gave him a glare that made him stop talking. The solution is we're going to invite the Bakers over for dinner. My father yells out, What? Lynette asks, All of them? I put in, Are you serious? But my grandfather adds saying, That is a marvelous idea. Thanks, Dad, my mom says with a smile, then tells Lynette and I, Of course I'm serious. And yes, if Julie and the boys want to come, they will be invited. It's something we should have done years ago, she added. Patsy, please. I know you feel bad about what you found out, but an awkward dinner party isn't going to change anything, said my father. My mother just locked eyes with my dad. 锁住他的眼睛，用眼睛盯死了我爸。这个词儿用的 lock 锁住 lock her eyes with my dad and said, We are having the Bakers over for dinner. That was it. Decision made. Dad took a deep breath, then sighed and said, Whatever you want, Patsy. Just don't say I didn't warn you. For me, I started seeing that this dinner could be more than awkward. It could be trouble. You know, those rotten eggs were back from the grave, looming large and smelly right over my head. Rotten eggs, 烂鸡蛋 were back from the grave, 从坟墓里爬出来了 looming large and smelly, 飘啊飘，又大又臭 right over my head. 因为他扔了人家的鸡蛋，然后他觉得这事儿太恶心了，然后觉得鸡蛋还魂了 You know, looming large and smelly in my head. No one in my family, apart from my grandfather, knew about the eggs. What if it came up at dinner? I would be dead. Later, as I was brushing my teeth, I considered talking to Julie and get her on board. 让她上我这艘船，别说鸡蛋的事儿 so that nobody brought up the subject of eggs during that dinner. Or maybe I could somehow prevent the dinner from happening. I went to find my mom after I was done. What is it, honey? She asked me. Oh, you look worried. I double-checked to make sure my dad or Lynette wasn't lurking around somewhere. Lurk. 这个 lurk 就是像幽灵一样隐藏在那儿，说明他特别怕看见他们。Then whispered, Will you swear to keep a secret? She laughed. I don't know about that. What can be? She went on, then looked at me. Oh, it's serious, honey. What's wrong? She touched my arm and said, Bryce, tell me, what is it? I took a deep breath and said, It's about Julie's eggs. Yeah. Remember that whole chicken hen salmonella disaster? I continued. You know, Julie gave us some eggs and we said something about the hens and the droppings and the dirty yard, and then you said about salmonella, 大肠杆菌. Ah, that was quite a while ago. But sure, I remember, my mother replied. Well, what you don't know is that Julie didn't bring eggs over just that once. She has been bringing them over every week, or about that. Anyway. She has? Why didn't I know about this? Well, I was afraid Dad would get mad at me for not telling her we didn't want the eggs. So I started taking them. I'd see her coming, get to her before she rang the bell, and then I'd toss them in the trash, throw away all of the eggs in the trash before anyone knew she had been here. Oh, Bryce! Well, I kept thinking they would stop. How long can a stupid chicken lay eggs? But I take it they have stopped? Yeah, as of last week. They stopped because Julie caught me throwing a carton of eggs in the trash outside. Oh dear. Exactly. So, what did you tell her? I looked down and mumbled. I told her that we were afraid of salmonella poisoning because their yard was such a mess and dirty. She ran off crying. And the next day, I know she's starting to fix up their yard. Oh, Bryce! Exactly. My mother was dead quiet. 死一般的安静 was dead quiet for a minute. Then, very softly, she said, Thank you for your honesty, Bryce. It does help to explain a lot. She shook her head and said, What that family must think of us? All the more reason to have them over for dinner, if you ask me. I whispered, You are sworn to secrecy on this whole egg thing, right? I mean, Julie told Granddad, so he knows. But I don't want this to spread to, Dad. I can't let Dad know about it. My mother studied me a minute, then said, Tell me you have learned your lesson, honey. I have, Mom. Okay, then. I let out a big sigh of relief. Thanks. Oh, and Bryce? Yeah? Mom is very glad that you told me about this. She kissed me on the cheek, then smiled and said, Now, didn't I hear you promise you would cut the lawn today? Right, I said, and headed outside to trim the grass, to cut the grass. That evening, my mother announced that the Bakers would be over for dinner on Friday night at 6 o'clock, and revealed what the menu would be. Very good food. My dad muttered that if we were really going to do this, it would be a much better idea to barbecue, because at least that way he would have something to do. But my mom positively smoked him with her eyes, and he dropped it. My mother smoked him. 我妈妈冒烟他了，就是显然是我妈把他呛了一顿。Smoked him with her eyes， 用眼睛把我爸给烧冒烟了，就是用眼睛狠狠地瞪我爸。我就太喜欢这个作者的文笔了。Smoke somebody with eyes. And my dad dropped it. 我爸爸就咣啷掉下去了，就闭嘴不敢说话了。Okay, my mom smoked him with her eyes. 好吧，我不要自娱自乐了，我觉得我成了一个神经病了。So, they were coming, and it made seeing Julie at school even more uncomfortable than usual. She was back to avoiding me. She would say, Hi, if we happen to run into each other, but instead of being right over my shoulder anytime I looked, she was nowhere. I could see her nowhere. She must have used the back doors and taken roundabout ways through campus because she was just nowhere to be seen. She was avoiding me. I found myself watching her in class. The teacher would be talking, and all eyes would be looking in front, except mine. They kept looking over to Julie. It was weird. 1 minute, I would be listening to the teacher, and the next minute, I would be completely paying no attention and just staring at Julie. Oh, okay, so lovely, very cute. 我又开始在这画外音了啊 ，sorry. 好了，重新开始播讲。It wasn't until Wednesday in math, 在数学课上, that I figured it out. I found it out. With the way her hair fell back over her shoulders, her hair fell back on her shoulders, and her head still was tilted. 头发搭在肩膀上，她的头微微的倾着。She looked a lot like the picture in the paper. This boy was always looking at the girl. Making that connection made me have a strong feeling, and I wondered, what was she thinking? That night, as I was doing my homework, and just to prove myself that I had been wrong, I pulled that newspaper article out of my trash can. 我不得不给大家讲一下，我觉得这太逗了。I was doing my homework because he was always thinking about this girl. 然后他就说 to prove myself wrong. 我肯定想错了，其实就是给自己找个借口再看一眼那个女孩的照片。To prove myself wrong, I pulled that newspaper article out of my trash. 我把那个報紙從我的垃圾篓裡拿出來。如果他真不重要的話，他早就把這垃圾倒出去了。他顯然一直把那個報紙留在那個 trash can. I flipping it over. 我彈開它 flipping it over, telling myself that it's a lie of reality. It's a lie. It's not true. It's my imagination. She doesn't look like that. But there she was. There she was. She just looked like what I had her in my mind. All of a sudden, Lynette rushed into my room, demanding I gave her my sharpener, 削笔刀. I slammed my folder closed. 啪地关上我的文件夹 over the paper and said, You are supposed to knock. Why don't you knock on the door? Now that she was moving in quickly and the paper was still very noticeable, I put the folder into my backpack as fast as I could. 赶紧把那个 folder 塞到我的 backpack, 塞到双肩包里. He didn't want his sister to find out that he was looking at the picture of a girl. What are you trying to hide there, baby brother? Nothing. And stop calling me baby brother. And don't rush into my room anymore. Give me your sharpener and I'm history. 我就是历史了，指的是 I will disappear, I will go away, she said with her hand out. I removed it from my drawer and threw it at her. And sure enough, she disappeared. 2 seconds later, my mom was calling for me, and after that, I forgot that the paper was in my folder. It was in my school bag. I realized it was there the next morning during my first class. What was I supposed to do with it? I couldn't get up and throw it out. By the time I would do anything, my friend Garrett had already seen Julie's picture in my bag. He smiles at me and says, I'm sure you've got a perfectly reasonable explanation for why you're carrying a picture of Julie Baker around with you. I leaned over and told him to be quiet, and that I would explain everything to him when I had the opportunity. What was I going to tell him anyway? That the paper was in my folder because I was trying to hide it from my sister? Besides, I didn't want to make lies about it. I actually wanted to talk to Garrett. I mean, he was my friend. And a lot had happened in the last couple of months that was weighing on me, that was important on me. I thought, I should talk to someone. I thought that if I talked to him, maybe he would help get me back on track. Helped me to stop thinking about that evening. Luckily, in social studies, our class got library time to do research for our famous historical figure report. We had a class, and in this class, we can go to the library. Well, Julie was in that class, but I managed to drag Garrett into a back corner of the library without anyone noticing. Nobody saw where we were. It was a secret corner, and the minute we were by ourselves, I found myself telling Garrett about chickens. He shakes his head at me and says, "Dude, what are you talking about?" Remember when we went and looked over her fence to find out if she had a rooster? Back in the 6th grade? 2 years ago? Yeah. Remember how you were disappointed with me for wondering what a hen was? He rolled his eyes. Oh, no, I don't remember. Not this. Man, you didn't know anything about chickens. I asked you if they had rooster and you told me they only had chickens. I put my life in your hands and you failed me. Of course they're all chickens. I wanted to know whether they had a rooster. So I told him about my dad and the eggs and the salmonella and how I had been throwing eggs for nearly 2 years. He just shrugged, 耸耸肩膀 and said, makes sense to me. Makes sense to me. 指的是合理呀，就应该扔了呀。Man, she caught me. Who? Julie. Wow, dude. She caught you. I told him about what I had said about her lawn, about her yard, and how almost right after that she was clearing the shrubs in their yard and trying to clean it. Well, so it's not your fault her yard is a mess. But then I found out that they don't even own that house. They are all poor because her dad has a retarded brother that they are, paying for. Garrett gives me a grin and says, a retard? You mean a retard? A mentally retarded person? A stupid guy? Well, that explains it, doesn't it? I couldn't believe my ears. What? He says, still grinning, about Julie. My heart started pounding, and I became angry that my hands closed in tightly, and I wanted to hit him right in the face. How could he make a joke about Julie? But we were in the library, and besides, it flashed through my mind that if I hit him for what he had said, he would turn around and tell everyone that I liked Julie Baker. So I made myself laugh a strange laugh and say, right. And then came up with an excuse to put some distance between him and me. I don't want to be together with him. After school, Garrett asked me to come to his house and hang for a while, but I had zero interest in that. I still wanted to hit him. I tried to talk myself down from feeling that way, but I was burning mad at him. 我像火烧着了一样的气愤。He had crossed the line, big time. 他越过了那条线 big time, 狠狠地越过了。指的是他太过分了 cross the line, 过了那条河里的线。And what made the whole thing so hard to ignore? I can't forget one thing. That was the fact that standing right next to him, on the other side of the line, was my father. Garrett crossed the line, and my father almost crossed the line. He was on the other side of the line. 这个小说呢，可能是有的地方有一点难懂，但是它的文笔太好了。它是韩寒把这个小说改编成了一部电影，那么它在美国也是一个非常畅销的小说，大家在京东啊、淘宝啊、当当上面都可以买得到。这是我近几年以来读到的特别好的一本小说。它的比喻用的特别多，就像刚才我说什么用眼睛把他爸锁住，然后用眼睛让他爸冒烟儿，就这些都特别特别可爱的写作手法，特别棒。还有包括他们踩过了线，谁已经过了线，然后他爸爸就快过了线，就各种各样的表达真的是特别棒。而且它这里面还有很可爱的一些东西，就说那些 eggs looming large and smelly， 那臭鸡蛋还魂了，从坟墓里爬出来。Many interesting sentences that when I was reading this novel, I laughed and laughed and laughed， 真的把我笑死了。不过呢，有一点点的难度，可是我特别的希望你们能够坚持听。如果大家也希望提高一下自己的英语，那么你们可以在10点课堂找到我的英语课，撕掉单词语法书，颠覆你的传统英语学习方法。我在以前可能没有讲过哈，我做过10多年的老师，在长江商学院教过佟大为、李亚鹏这些明星，我也把我家的小保姆教成了雅思7分的英语老师，还有我公司的厨师，现在也是一个少儿英语培训老师。所以在我看来英语并不难，如果你真的其实学对了的话，几个月就可以突破到很快。因为理论上来讲，英语这个 spelling language 就是学半年左右的一个时间就够了。所以很遗憾，我们中国人用了太多的错误的方法学习，我也特别的着急，希望能帮助大家真的领略到这种小说的有趣，真的太有趣了。OK， 好了，不啰嗦了。如果你想要学英语，你可以去订阅我的课程，目前它是中国订阅量最高的英语课程，知识付费里面的课程哈，已经有30万人订阅了。OK， so I'll see you tomorrow and we keep talking about the lovely girl and boy. Okay, see you tomorrow. Hi everybody, welcome back. 欢迎你回来收听第6天的 Flipped 怦然心动。今天呢，我们讲这个女孩的内心独白。上一次我们说到的是男孩子 Bryce， 他呢不得不把关于扔鸡蛋的事儿跟他的朋友 Garrett 讲了，在图书馆里悄悄地说了的。他的朋友竟然说朱莉安也有那种遗传疯病，然后把这个男孩真的是气死了，因为他其实已经喜欢上了朱莉安。好了，那么我们来听一听这个女孩子是什么样的一个内心世界呢？好了，朱莉。Sunday mornings are usually peaceful in our house. But that Sunday, after spending most of the night feeling quite uneasy, I woke up wanting to do something physical, to shake off that confused feeling. So, I went to water the lawn while I tried to think of other things. When my father came outside, he told me that he was going to visit Uncle David in Greenhaven because it was a special day. It was my uncle's 40th birthday, and he wanted to see him and deliver his gift. I'm coming with you, I said, and tossed the pipe aside, 把那个水管扔在一边了。I wasn't even really dressed. I had just pulled on some sweats and sneakers. 就随便穿了一件汗衫和这个运动鞋 ，no socks. But in my mind, there was no doubt. I was going. Why don't you stay home and enjoy the morning with your mother? I'm sure she would. I'm coming, Dad. My dad studied me a moment, then said, okay. Let me leave a note for your mother. While he was inside, I told myself that this was good. This was something I should have done years ago. Uncle David was part of my family part of my father, part of me. It was about time I got to know him. When we arrived at Greenhaven, my father parked the truck and invited me to go inside. Greenhaven didn't look like any kind of hospital to me, and it didn't look like quite a house either. It was too long and rectangular for that. It was very long. It was cool inside. A woman named Josie, who was the sit administrator, came to where we were standing and greeted us. My dad introduced us, and she ended up telling me that she has been working here for the past 17 years, and she was not planning on leaving. She seemed like a very nice lady. She told us that David has been up and about, 起来了，在四处走动呢, since around 6 o'clock, and that she had heard that today was his birthday. When we reached near his room, my father stopped and called, David! David! It's Robert! A man appeared at the door. Someone I would never have picked out as my father's brother. He was heavy, with thick brown glasses, and his face looked puffy and pale. 他很胖胖的. He threw his arms around my father's chest and cried that it was his birthday. My birthday! Once inside, I saw that the walls were covered in a collection of puzzles. 全都是那些拼图. They had been glued directly to the walls and even up on the ceiling. It was a cozy, comfortable, and interesting room. My father held my brother at arm's length and said, Look who I have brought along. It's my daughter, Juliana. David's face broke into a smile. Juliana, he cried, then hugged me. Then, with a giggle, he let go and flopped into a chair. It's my birthday. I know, Uncle David. Happy birthday. Well, we brought you a present, my dad said as he opened the paper bag. It was a puzzle and a pinwheel. 一个滑轮那样的东西. My father pointed to a spot in the center of the ceiling. I thought it would fit right over there. Uncle David looked up and nodded, then dived for his pinwheel and said, Oh, inside? Sure. Let's go out for a walk. Feel like going to get birthday ice cream? Uncle Dad nodded his head up and down. Yeah. We checked out through Josie, then headed down the street. David wouldn't walk very fast because of his weight, 因为他的体重. But he still kept the pinwheel in front of him and watched it spin. 就看那个轮转哈，就是一个小孩玩的玩具. Then we arrived at the ice cream parlor. Dad got us all cones. 就是那个圆锥形的那种冰激凌, all cones. Once we were seated, Dad and David talked to each other. But mostly David wanted to eat his chocolate fudge ice cream. My father smiled at me from time to time, and I smiled back. But I felt disconnected. How many times had the two of them come here for ice cream? I was thinking, how many birthdays had my father celebrated with his brother like this? How could it be that in all these years I had never spent any time with my uncle? It was like my father had a secret life away from me, a complete family away from me. I didn't like it, didn't understand it, and I was getting myself pretty worked up about it when David's cone crashed in his grip, causing his ice cream to fall on the table. Crush, 捏碎了, and then David's ice cream fall on the table. 那个冰淇淋上的那坨就掉桌子上了。Before my dad could stop him, David picked up the ice cream and tried to put it back onto the cone. 他捡起来再放回那个圆锥上去。But the cone was already crushed, and the ice cream fell over again, landing on the floor. David went after it and wouldn't listen to my father when he told him that he would buy him another one. David, my uncle, grabbed the ice cream and forced it back on what was left of the cone. And when the bottom part of his cone crushed completely, he started screaming. It was awful. He was crying on the floor and yelling words I couldn't understand. He started screaming again. My father asked me to quickly get another cone for him after a minute of trying to calm him down. The man behind the counter scooped as fast as he could. 赶紧 scoop 就是崴了一勺那个冰淇淋。But David had managed to knock over a table and 2 chairs, as well as smear chocolate everywhere. The customers who were there seemed shocked, like David was some sort of monster out to destroy the world. I gave the new cone to my father, who handed it to David right there on the floor. And while David sat there eating, my father and I worked around him, putting everything back in order and wiping up the dirty mess. On the way back to Green Haven, David acted like nothing had happened. But he, however, did seem tired. Down in his room, David placed the pinwheel on his bed and picked up the puzzle box. My father helped him set it up, and before we left, he promised David that he would come back on Wednesday and glue it on the ceiling for him. Once we got back into the truck, my dad asked me, how was the experience? Everything was fine, except for the ice cream. But overall, everything went okay today, I replied. My father went ahead and said, David has many special needs, both emotional and physical. Your mom and I couldn't handle all of them when he was living with us before you kids were born. Fortunately, he is happy here. They have programs to teach him how to care for himself, how to dress and bathe and brush his teeth, how to act around others and communicate. Green Haven has been good for him. He has his own room, his own friends, his own life. After a minute, I said, But he's part of our family, Dad, and it just doesn't seem right that he has never been over for a visit. Not even on Christmas or Thanksgiving. Oh, he doesn't want to, sweetheart. One year, your mother and I insisted he spend Thanksgiving with us, and it was the biggest disaster you can imagine. He broke a window out of the car because he was so upset. But why haven't we been visiting him? I know you have, but the rest of us, why not? Well, it's draining. Your mother finds it incredibly depressing. And I understand that. We both agreed that it was no place to take small children. Then the years just seemed to slip away, Juliana. One day, you have a baby in your arms, and the next, you realize she's very nearly a woman. 有一天，你抱着一个小婴儿在你的怀里，突然第二天你就意识到她是个大女孩了。这就是当妈妈的感觉，就是孩子还小呢，觉得突然她就长大了，不让你抱了，就时间过得特别快。My father smiled at me sadly. I love David, but he's a burden. And I guess I wanted to protect you from that. But I realize now that all of this has affected you and the family. My father then apologized for not being able to provide for us so much. Not giving us so much money, even though he always wanted to. I assured him that he was the best father ever. That cheered him up and changed the conversation around. We laughed and joked and talked about all kinds of things for the remaining part of the trip. When we reached home, we found my mother scrubbing floors, cleaning floors. She asked me how visiting David turned out before revealing to my father that she got a call from Bryce's mother. Is something wrong? My dad asked. No, she called to invite us over for dinner on Friday. We blinked at her a moment. Then I asked, all of us? Yeah, and I don't know exactly why she did it, but she was persistent. She was practically in tears, saying how sorry she was that, she had never invited us before, and how she'd really, really like to get to know us better. What did you tell her? I couldn't very well say no. She was being nice. So I said we would go. It's set for 6 o'clock Friday night. Really? I asked. I think it might be nice. A little strange, but nice, my mother said. Well, okay then. But are you sure they want all of us over there? My dad asked. My mom nodded. She insists. I could tell the whole idea of dinner at the Loskis was making my dad pretty uncomfortable. But we could both see that something about this invitation meant a lot to my mother. So he agreed to it. 一看就是一个特别和谐的家庭，妈妈想去，爸爸不想去，然后爸爸就为了妈妈就去了。For the rest of that afternoon, I sort of idled around reading and daydreaming. 就是小女孩那种有暧昧的感情的时候，就经常会那样 reading and daydreaming, 白日梦。On Thursday that week, during our social studies class, we went to the library to do research for our famous historical figure report. I had chosen Susan B. Anthony and her fight for the right to vote. 就是他选了一个女人以及她为选举权所做的努力的这样的一个历史人物哈。And I was in the middle of selecting some books when Dala called me. Dala, a girl, called me. Well, she was in a few of my classes, but we were not really friends. Come here, she mouthed, desperately waving me over. So I hurried over. She pointed through the column of books and whispered, Listen. It was Garrett and Bryce talking. They were talking about me, my chickens, salmonella poisoning, about how Bryce had been throwing away my eggs, and about me fixing up our yard. Bryce was sounding like he felt really, really bad. But then, suddenly, my blood ran cold. 我的血突然变冷了。He was talking about David. And then Garrett laughed and said, A retard? Well, that explains it, doesn't it? About Julie. For a second, there was silence. And at that moment, I was sure they must be able to hear my heart pounding in my chest. And then Bryce laughed and said, right. I suddenly felt broken. Darla sat beside me saying, "Oh, Julie, I'm so sorry. I thought he was about to confess that he had been crushing on you. He was in love with you." "What, Darla? Bryce doesn't have a crush on me." "Where have you been? Haven't you noticed the way he has always been looking at you? That boy is lost in love land." 他在爱的国度里迷失了。He loves you. Oh, obviously no. You just hurt him, Darla. Yeah, but yesterday I caught him staring at you. He was always looking at you. I just shook my head and forgot about Darla. How wrong could a person be? It was what Bryce and Garrett had said that I couldn't forget. How could they be so cruel and so stupid? Is this what my father had gone through growing up, being laughed at? The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. What right did Bryce have to make fun of my uncle? How dare he? At that particular moment, I knew I was through with Bryce. I was over him. He could keep his brilliant blue eyes, his two-faced smile, and my kiss. That's right, he could keep that too. I was never, ever going to talk to him again. I stormed back to the section of books. 我像暴风雨一般 went back to the section of books on Susan B. Anthony. Found two that would work. Found two books that would be useful for me, went back to my table, collected my things, and checked out of the library. I then remembered that the next day we were going to the Lawskys' house for dinner. Surely, after what had happened, I had the right to vote against going, didn't I? We shouldn't go. Okay, 今天就讲到这儿。真的，哎呀。有很多时候想人与人之间的很多误解就是在于一些细枝末节，这种彼此之间的不理解。其实那个男孩子是很 sorry 的，但是他很随意的说了一声 all right, and that hurt Julie so much. I could understand that her heart cracked open, 心都裂开了。 And she thought she was through with him, she was over with him. 这种10几岁的小女孩的情感其实是非常非常强烈的。我觉得好像40多了就没有这种情感了。也许这就是我给你们推荐这本青春朦胧期小说的原因 because that somehow makes me feel younger but most importantly, this is a very good book. 我还是很建议大家去把那个纸质书买来好好看一下的，真的很棒，很有趣。当然呢，这是一本成人版的，没有任何缩减的小说。其实，如果你能完全的读懂的话，你就是母语水平了。所以大家不要指望着全都懂。我讲的你们也不要指望全都懂，你大概听懂故事就可以了。越听就懂得越多，真的是这样。OK， 好了，最后还是要告诉大家，如果你们喜欢学英语，你们觉得自己目前还是有一些障碍的，欢迎你去关注我的英语课，在10点课堂的公众号，叫做撕掉单词语法书，颠覆你的传统英语学习。OK，I do hope you can enjoy reading the novels. OK, all right, see you next time.
嗨，亲爱的小伙伴，你们好，欢迎你继续收听 Day 7 Flipped 第7天的怦然心动。我们以前讲过 Bryce 把 Julie 有一个由于脐带绕颈而导致于智障的叔叔的这样的一件事儿告诉了他的家里人，然后他爸爸说 that runs in the family， 这家人有疯病的遗传史哦。他同样把这件事情告诉了他的朋友 Garrett。Garrett 也说了跟他爸爸一样意思的话，指的是Julie is crazy, Julie is lunatic， 就是朱莉也有那点疯病的遗传史。那这件事情让 Bryce 非常的恼火。当然他最恼火的，他觉得他爸爸竟然跟 Garrett 一样有这种程度的幽默感，实际上这个幽默感不是真的幽默感，而是无情，根本就没有同理心，非常的残酷，或者说不是什么好人。那么我们看看 Bryce 他的内心独白是什么样子的。还有呢，上一次我们讲了 Julie 在 Bryce 家做客吃晚饭的那个心理活动，那么今天呢，我们也听听 Bryce 他的心理活动是什么样子的。今天的主题是 The Serious Willis， 很严重的心里发毛。Realizing that my father had the same sense of humor as Garrett gave me the serious willies, you know, the strong feeling of nervousness and discomfort. Willies 就是极度的不舒服。Why is Bryce uncomfortable? Because he finds out that his father is not as nice as he thought. He has the same sense of humor as Garrett. I had the hardest time just looking at my dad, let alone speaking to him. Let alone, 更别提. Bryce had a hard time. He doesn't want to look at his father. He doesn't want to speak to him. 哎呀，这种亲子关系就已经非常的糟糕了，因为他讨厌他父亲了。But at about 5 o'clock Friday afternoon, I agreed with my father at least about one thing. We should have barbecued. 我们早就应该决定干脆吃烧烤，而不是吃桌餐。因为吃圆桌餐，大家都大眼瞪小眼，要 talk to each other。如果 barbecue， 每个人都自己去烤啊，然后去端着盘走来走去啊 ，you don't have to talk to others. So he says, well, at least I agreed with my father with one thing, that is, we should have barbecued. Our barbecue is comparatively low key. Low key, 低调，低的钥匙就是低调。In order to prepare for the big dinner, we put the house in order. 把房子整得立立正正的，利索了。Then my mother called out, Bryce, what are you wearing? Mom, it's the bakers. Are you trying to make them feel totally worthless? 有很多时候有点难懂哈。他说 It's the bakers. They don't have a lot of money. 如果我们穿得太贵了，太正式了， that's going to make them feel totally worthless. 让他们觉得自己没有价值，就是你想让人家显得没钱吗？ Are you trying to make them feel totally worthless? Trina and I agreed on a dress up, so I looked at my mom and said, Does that mean I have to wear a tie? No, but some sort of, button down. 就是总得带扣吧 button down. 从上到下扣扣子的 instead of a t-shirt would be nice. Well, I went down to my room and started fumbling for something to wear. Fumble 就是乱抓，找 something to wear. When I saw her family coming to our house through the window. 显然他是一直观察着朱莉家的那个状态的。他一边找衣服一边从窗户看，然后看见人家过来了。It was like a weird dream. It was like a strange dream. They seemed to be floating toward our house. They seemed to be floating. 他们是漂移过来的。All 5 of them seemed to be floating. 我觉得这个作者的口吻特别逗，有很多比喻的说法。其实这个时候就说明这个男孩子因为爱情的关系，他心里头就是他看到的很多东西都不真实了。They seem to be floating. I pulled a shirt off my bed, punched my arms in, and buttoned up. Pull a shirt off. 赶紧把衣服抓起来。Punch my arms in. 啪 punch 就是嗖的一下，把胳膊 穿进去，指的是快速穿进去 ，the buttoned up， 赶紧扣上扣子。2 seconds later, the doorbell rang. Ding, 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 ding. And mom called. Can you get that, Bryce? Can you get that? 你能去开门吗？ Luckily, Granddad beat me to it. Beat 打败我。我祖父打败了我，指的是他比我更快。He greeted them all like they were a long-lost family. He greeted them. 他接待他们 all like 就好像 they were a long-lost family. 长久失散的家庭，七大姑八大姨，100年不见了。My mother zoomed in from the kitchen saying, Come in, come in. It's so nice you all could make it. Zoom in. 这个词儿一听就知道是什么，是嗖的一下就从厨房窜出来了 saying, Come in, come in. It's so nice you all could make it. Make it 就是你们都能来得了。She called, Lynette, Rick, we've got company. 不是我们有了公司哈，是我们有了朋友来喽。Lynette appeared from around the corner. 从角落里闪出来的，不好意思，因为她穿得太盛大了。Which made Matt and Mike, Julie's brothers, grin. 咧嘴一笑 and say, Hey, Lynn, looking good. 打扮得太漂亮喽。They disappeared down to Lynette's room. 哎呀，年轻人迅速的就自己玩去了。And when I turned around, my granddad was talking Mr. Baker, Julie's father, into the front room, which left me in the entry hall, 在走廊里门厅里 with Julie, alone. She wasn't looking at me. She seemed to be looking at everything but me. And I felt like an idiot. And I got so nervous about having nothing to say. On top of that, 除此之外, she looked more like she did on that picture in the paper. She looked more like she did. She looked more like she did. 她更像什么了呢？更像 on that picture, in the paper, 在报纸上的那个照片，她更像那个照片里的人了，更美了。And we probably only stood there for 5 seconds, and it felt like a year to me. Finally, I said, Hi, Julie. She glanced at me. 她瞟了我一眼 She glanced at me and whispered, I heard you and Garrett making fun of my uncle in the library, and I do not want to speak to you. You understand me? Not now, not ever. My mind was racing. 我的脑袋在赛跑，指的是我脑袋疯了一下子。Where had she been? I hadn't seen her anywhere near me in the library. I tried to tell her it wasn't me, that it was all Garrett, but she shut me down. 她让我闭嘴 and walked to the front room to be with her dad. I am left standing there, wishing that I had punched Garrett out in the library. 多希望当初我揍了 Garrett 一顿，这样 Julie 就不会误会了。Then my dad shows up and claps me on the shoulder. 拍拍我的肩膀。So, how's the party, son? He then rubs his hands together and says, I guess I ought to go in and say hello. Coming? 一看他爸爸就特别不喜欢跟 Julie 一家打交道哈。I guess I ought to go in and say hello. You coming with me? No. Mom probably needs my help. I didn't run off to the kitchen though. 他说去帮他妈妈，但实际上没有去厨房。I just watched Mr. Baker shake my father's hand. And as they stood there, I observed the way my dad was acting. I looked at my dad, and I looked at the way my dad was acting, befriending Julie's dad. He was trying to make friends with Julie's dad. It was like he was putting up a show and lying to everybody. Putting up a show, 装样子，装模作样 and lying to everyone. My mother then rings the dinner bell, ding 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 ding, dinner is ready, and asks me to go call my sister and Julie's brothers. After that, I was just standing by myself, talking to nobody. Julie, her dad, and my grandfather were off to the side, talking nonstop about something, and my dad was over with Mrs. Baker. I was on my own. My mom flutters over to me and says, "You doing okay, honey?" Yeah, I tell her, but she forces me over to where my granddad is. Go on, she whispers. Dinner will be ready in a minute. 显然他妈妈知道这个男孩出问题了，说快去祖父那儿聊一聊。So I go and stand there among them, but no one says a word to me. They just keep right on talking about something like perpetual motion. 什么永久移动 Something I don't know anything about. I didn't even know what perpetual motion was, while Julie seemed to understand what they were talking about. I was completely lost. And even though I was pretending to follow along with what they were saying, what I was really doing was trying not to stare at Julie. 为了不盯着朱莉看，我只能假装 follow along， 跟着他们的思路走 follow along。其实这个小说呢，如果你看这个文章，你都会觉得每个单词都很容易，但是如果你听的话呢，确实是有点难的。这个不是因为小说难，是因为咱们中国学生的听力太差了，我们的听力和词串词群的意识太差，所以导致于你听小说会非常非常的困难。所以我建议大家呢，要看一下讲义，或者买一本小说，然后跟着来听，这样会效果比较好。When my mom called us for dinner, I did my best to pull Julie aside and apologize to her. But she gave me the cold shoulder, 给了我冷冷的肩膀。And who could blame her really? 谁又能责怪她呢？一切都是我的错啊。I sat down across from her, feeling pretty low. Why hadn't I said something to Garrett in the library? I didn't have to punch him. Why hadn't I just told him he was out of line? 哥们儿，你过线了，你太过分了。But I didn't say anything to Garrett. After Mom served everyone their food, Dad seemed to decide that he ought to be the one directing the conversation. 他要做引导整个谈话的人。So, Mike and Matt, he says, you are seniors this year. Amen, they say together. Amen. As in you are glad high school is over? Amen 就是阿门，感谢上帝啊，高中真结束了。Absolutely. Oh, why is that? High school was probably the best time of my life, my dad said. Matt or Mike says, seriously? Dude, that's totally lame. Totally lame 就是这个太搞笑了，高中实在是太无聊了。Mrs. Baker shoots them a look. 发射了他们一个眼神儿。因为他儿子们说不喜欢高中嘛，说高中太烂了，然后朱莉他妈就甩过去一个眼神儿 ，But that doesn't stop Matt or Mike. Well, it is, Mom. I've had totally enough of that scene. 我受够了那个场景了。I don't want to go to high school anymore. I like it's over. You know, amen. 感谢上帝，高中结束了。My dad eyes my mom. 用眼神扫了眼我妈。With a little, I told you so. Grin. 哎呀，我真希望你们能英语好一些，这样你特别的能欣赏这篇文章。他说我爸爸瞄了一眼我妈，带着那种小眼神说，我跟你说过吧，这家人就是很糟糕的，都不爱上学。Then says to Matt or Mike, So I take it, college is out of the question? 那你们就不想上大学了？ Oh, no, they said. College is a total possibility. Matt and Mike say, we got accepted a couple of places, but we are going to give the music thing a shot. First, we are going to give something a shot. We are going to give it a try. The music thing a try. Oh, the music thing? My father says. Matt and Mike look at each other, then shrug and get back to eating. But my sister Lynette glares at my father and says, Your sarcasm is not appreciated, Dad. 你的这种讽刺不被受欢迎，我们讨厌你的讽刺，爸爸。Lynn, says Matt or Mike. It's cool. Everyone is like that about it. It's a show me, don't tell me thing. 这是一种是骡子是马，拉出来溜溜，少废话。Music is this kind of thing. Show me, don't tell me thing. That's a great idea, Lynette says, jumping out of her seat and coming back with a CD player a few seconds later. 拿了一张 CD 的放片机 and a CD. Oh, Lynn, no, not a good idea, says Matt or Mike. Yeah, Lynn, it's not exactly dinner music. It's not suitable to play for dinner. Shh, says Lynette. And then she turns on the CD player. Then, boom, whack, boom, boom, whack. 就是那种大家知道重摇滚的那个声音。All the adults were dying to jump up and turn the thing down. 声音太吵了，所以他们都想跳起来把那个东西关上。But Lynette stood guard and just stared at them. Lynette 死死地盯着他们。And when the song is over, she pulls out the CD and punches off the player. 抽出 CD, 啪，把 player 关上了，说明他特别喜欢这个音乐。Matt or Mike says to my dad, you probably don't like it, but it's what we do. You boys wrote that song? Yeah. My father motions Lynette, 他示意 Lynette, to pass the CD over, saying, Is this just the one song? Only one song? Matt or Mike laughs and says, Dude, we've got 1,000 songs, but there's only 3 on the demo. Dad holds up the CD. This is the demo? Yeah. He looks at it a minute and says, So, if you are piss poor, how do you afford to press CDs? 如果你们是尿尿穷乐队，穷尿尿乐队，因为他们的名字叫神秘尿尿人，然后家里又很穷嘛，所以他爸爸说，如果你们是贫穷的尿尿人 How do you afford? How do you get the money to press CD? 怎么能压制出 CD 来呢？ Dad! Lynette snaps at him. It's okay, Lynn. Just a joke, right, Mr. Losky? 这个 Julie 的哥哥们显然是特别好的，他一直在为这个 Bryce 的爸爸来开脱，说 He's just joking. My dad laughs a little and say, right. And then adds, Although I'm a little curious. This is obviously not a home-done demo. 不是家里做的 demo. And I happen to know studio time is expensive for most bands. Studio time, 工作室的那个小时是非常贵的，你要租一个工作室去录音。My mom then interrupts. When Rick and I met, he was playing in a band. Lynette gasps. 我姐姐 gasps. You played in a band? What did you play? Clarinet? So even the sister, the daughter of Bryce's father, has no idea that her father ever played in a band. 说明他们不了解他父亲哈，他父亲原来还在乐队干过。No, honey, my mom says, trying to hold it all together. Your father played a guitar. Guitar? Cool, Matt or Mike says. Rock? Country? Jazz? Country, my dad says. Which is nothing to laugh at, boys. Dude, total respect, man. We totally respect you. It's not a laughing at. And when our band looked into getting a demo made, it was very expensive. That was in a big city where there was a little competition. Getting a demo made around here, well, I didn't even know there was a facility. 我都不知道有设备. My dad continued. Matt and Mike are still grinning. There's not. So, where did you go? And how did you afford it? When my father was always asking questions, the impolite questions, my mother whacks him under the table. 在桌子底下一直踹他. So my dad says, I'm just curious, Patsy. 我就是好奇嘛，你踹我干什么? Matt and Mike lean in. 他们往前倾他们的身体 lean in. We did it ourselves. This? Right here? You did this yourselves? That's impossible. My dad is looking almost mad about it. How did you get the gear? 你们怎么可能有那个设备呢？这显然是非常无理的了。My mom kicks my father again, but Dad turns on my mother and says, Stop it, would you? I'm just curious. Matt or Mike says, It's cool, Mrs. Losky. We got used gear, and we've been saving up our pennies since we were 12 years old. He smiles and says, Mr. Losky, you still play? We could, lay down some of your tunes if you want. We can do some recordings for you when you play guitar, if you want. My dad replies, Oh, thanks, but that's not me anymore. This was probably the only honest thing my dad said all night. Then, when the night was over and the Bakers were leaving, something else strange happened. Julie touched my arm, and for the first time that night, she was looking at me. She says, I'm sorry I was so angry when we first came. Everyone had a good time, and I think your mom is really nice for inviting us. Her voice was quiet, almost a whisper. I just stood there like an idiot, staring at her. Bryce, she says, touching my arm again. Did you hear me? I'm sorry. I managed a nod. 我勉强点了点头。But my arm was tingling. 其实有的时候这个词我也不认识的。My arm was tingling， 而且我也没去查。我说实话哈，像这个 my arm was tingling， 我的胳膊怎么了？那我运用逻辑呢？我想肯定是我的胳膊就是像过电了一样，因为 Julie 不是摸了他一下吗？有很多时候我们不用太在意细节，只要你大体上能懂就可以了。中国学生绝大部分都是太注视小节而忽略了整体，那样学起来会很辛苦的。像这本小说，如果你想追求每个字都听懂，那我觉得英语就不要学了。我们读金庸、梁羽生的小说，读现代的一些小说，你也不可能每个字都懂的。所以大家追求整体的情绪理解就是最好的了。I managed a nod, but my arm was tingling, and my heart was pounding. My heart was racing, and I felt myself pulling toward her. 我觉得我在向她靠近，可能我想拥抱她一下。Then she was gone. Out the door and into the night. I tried to catch my breath. What was that? What was wrong with me? My mother closed the door and said, There! Now, what did I tell you? That is one delightful family, lovely family. Those boys are nothing like I expected, Lynette. And why didn't you tell me they were so charming? They are drug dealers. That's what they are. My father suddenly says. Everyone in the family turned to my father and dropped their jaws. 下巴掉下来了，因为我爸突然说他们是毒贩子。What? My mother said. There's no other way those boys could afford to buy recording gear like that. My mother glared at Lynette. Isn't that so? Lynette's eyes looked like they were going to pop right out of her head. Pop, 跳出来 out of her head. 她的眼睛就好像从脑袋里跳出来一样。Rick, please, my mother said. You can't just make accusations like that. 你怎么能做这种指控呢？ It's the only thing that makes sense, Patsy. Believe me, I know how musicians are. There is no other explanation for this. They are drug dealers. Then Lynette started shouting, screaming insults at my father. You ugly mind, dirty mind man! I hate you! So, suddenly, my father slapped her. Smack! Right across the cheek of my sister. 我爸抽了我姐一个大耳光。That put my mother in his face like I'd never seen. Put my mother in his face. 让我妈上了我爸的脸，就是我妈反过来扇了我爸一个大耳光。Like I'd never seen. I've never seen that before. Lynette ran down to her own room. My heart was pounding. My granddad pulled me aside, and we both returned to our own little corners of the house. In my own room, I was pacing around, and I had the urge to go talk to Lynette, my sister, to tell her that she was right, that Dad was way out of line. But I could hear her through the walls crying and screaming, while my mom tried to calm her down. So I stayed put. I stayed in my own room. As I lay in my bed, I thought about how my dad had always looked down on the Bakers and everything they had and did. But now I was seeing that there was something really cool about that family. All of them. They were just real. 特别真实. And who were we? There was something wickedly out of control inside our own house. It was like seeing inside the baker's world. Had opened up windows into our own world. And the view was not a pretty one. 看到了 Baker 的世界，就好像打开了我们自己世界的窗。我们看到了自己的世界 and the view was not a pretty one. 这里面的风景可真不太好。It was not a very good family. Where had all the stuff come from? 这些破玩意儿从哪儿来的？这种虚伪，这种瞧不起人。And why hadn't I ever seen it before? I kept asking myself. 哎呀，这个其实挺难的，我觉得。我每次看到特别优美的文章，然后担心你们不懂，都会觉得好遗憾。我真的很希望你们能快速的提高你的英语水平，这样真的能欣赏到完全不同的特别优美的文章，你会对人生有不同的感悟。Okay, so much for today. See you tomorrow.
Hello， 亲爱的10点课堂的小伙伴们，大家好，我是杨妈的助教 Lemon。杨妈在录制《怦然心动》的时候，嗓子出现了问题，无法录制了，所以在接下来的几天里，会有杨妈的学员来带读。话不多说，就开启我们今天的共读吧。
Hello guys， 欢迎你继续收听第8天的 Flipped 怦然心动。今天呢，我们的主题是晚餐 The Dinner。 这是一段关于朱莉安娜她的内心独白。那么前一段时间呢， 我们也说过 Bryce 的心里真的发毛了，因为 Bryce 发现他的爸爸和 Garrett 有同样的幽默感。当然，这种幽默感并不是我们常说的那种幽默感，而是一种由于没有同理心而给别人带来很不好的感受，这样一种带有引号的幽默感。这给了 Bryce 非常严重的焦虑。同样，这种强烈紧张和焦虑的感觉也让 Bryce 的内心真的发毛了。他连看着他的爸爸和他单独谈话都很困难。也因为 Bryce 的爸爸嘲笑朱莉安娜他们一家的情况，这使 Bryce 感到内心非常的愤怒，也让他意识到他的爸爸一直都是错的，是很没有自信心的人。那么今天，让我们继续学习一下朱莉安娜她的内心世界吧。
By the time I got home, I knew it would be selfish of me to boycott the Lost Kids dinner party. Boycott, 拒绝参加。My mother had already spent a lot of time humming over pie recipe and going through her closet for something suitable to wear. She even bought a new shirt for Dad and had inspected what the boys intended to wear. She was obviously looking forward to the dinner. Not that I really understood that, but I didn't want to ruin everything by telling her about my newfound hatred of brass. Dad felt bad enough about Davy already. And so, the last thing he needed was to hear about the crazy comments made by immature 8th graders. So, that night, I went through the motions of baking pies with my mother and convinced myself that I was doing the right thing. One dinner couldn't change anyone's life. I just had to get through it. Friday at school, I avoided Bryce the best I could. That night, as I got dressed, I thought about how he had never been a friend to me. Ever. He hadn't made a stand for the tree. He'd thrown away my eggs, and he'd made fun of me at my uncle's expense. Why was I playing along like we were jolly friends and neighbors? We all left when my mother called that it was time to go. Chet answered the door. Maybe I should be being mad at him too. For telling the lost key about my uncle, but I wasn't. I hadn't asked him not to tell, and he certainly wasn't the one making fun of David. Mrs. Losky came up behind Chet, invited us in, and went off with my mother and the pies. My brothers vanished down the hall with Lynette, and my father followed Chet into the living room. I was therefore left alone in the hallway with Brass. He said, "Hi!" to me, and I lost it. I turned on him, snapping, "Don't you speak to me! I overhear you and Garrett in the library, and I don't want to talk to you now or ever." I started to walk into the living room, but he stopped me. Julie, wait!" he whispered. "I'm not the bad guy here. That was Garrett. That was all Garrett." I glared at him. "I know what I heard." "No, you don't. I was feeling bad about, the eggs and what I said about your yard. I didn't know anything about your uncle or what kind of situation your family was in, okay? I just wanted to talk to someone about it. Our eyes locked for a minute, and for the first time, the blueness of his eyes didn't freeze up my brain. I heard your laugh. He made a joke about me being a retard, and you laughed. Julie, you don't understand. I wanted to punch him. Really, I did. But we were in the library. So instead you laughed. He shrugged and looked miserable and embarrassed. Yeah? Shrug, 耸肩 Miserable, 看起来很难过 I left him, just walked into the living room and left him. If he was making it up, he was quite an actor. If he was telling the truth, then Chet was right. He was a coward. Either way, I didn't want to be anywhere near him. Coward, 懦夫. I stood beside my father and tried to follow his discussion with Chet about something they'd both read in the paper. About perpetual motion machine. Perpetual motion. 永动机. And that moment, I was feeling like I had no scientific interest, but in a desperate attempt to blow breath from my mind, I asked, "What's a perpetual motion machine?" My father and Chet glanced at each other and giggled. My father explained, "It's a machine that runs without any external power source, no electricity, no fuel, no water, propulsion, nothing." Chet looked over my shoulder and asked rather absently, "You think that's a doable thing?" Doable, 可做的. What had distracted him? Distract, 分心. Was Brad still in the hallway? Why didn't he just go away? I forced myself to focus on the conversation. Mr. Losky joined our group and made little comments about the weather. Before he said, "And wow, that yard of yours has really come along," I told Chad here that we ought to hire him out. He was joking, I think. But my father didn't take it that way, and neither did Chad. I was afraid of what might happen next. But then Mrs. Losky rang a little dinner bell. Ding, ding, ding. Bryce was standing all by himself across the room, and every time I happened to look his way, he was staring at me. He then came to where we were standing as though he wanted to contribute to what we were talking about. I could feel my cheeks flush with anger. Couldn't he see I wanted to be left alone? I took a step away from him, but what that did was open up the group and allow him to move forward. Now he was standing in our circle listening to our discussion. Wow, surely he was not interested in perpetual motion. I barely was myself, so I reasoned that continuing our discussion would drive him away. But still he wouldn't leave. He didn't see anything. He just stood there, listening. Then, when Mrs. Losky announced that dinner was ready, Brett held my arm and whispered, "Julie, I'm sorry. I've never been so sorry about anything in my whole life. You're right. I was a jerk. And I'm sorry. Jerk, 坏蛋. I pulled my arm free from his grasp and sighed. It seems to me you've been sorry about a whole lot of things lately. And left him there, with his apology hanging wounded in the air. It didn't take me long to realize that I'd made a mistake. I should have let him say he was sorry and then simply continue to ignore him. But I snapped at him in the middle of an apology, which somehow made me the rude one. I glanced at him across the table, but he was watching his dad, who was asking my brothers about graduating and their plans for college. I had, of course, seen Mr. Losky many times, but usually from a distance. Still, it seemed impossible that I never noticed his eyes before. They were blue, brilliant blue, and there was no mistaking where Bryce had gotten his eyes. His hair was black too, like Bryce's. Even though Chet had called Bryce the spitting image of his father. Spitting image, 几乎一模一样. I never really thought of them as looking alike. But now I saw that they did look alike. And although his dad seemed kind of arrogant, 自大的, Bryce seemed, well, right now he seemed angry. Then from the other side of the table, I heard, Your sarcasm is not appreciated, Dad. Sarcasm, 讽刺. Mrs. Losky gave a small gasp, and everyone looked at Lynette. Well, it's not, she said. I looked from one person to the next, wondering if dinner at the Loskys was always this tense. Suddenly, Lynette got up and dashed down the hall. But she was back in a few seconds with a CD in her hand. And when she put it in the player, I recognized one of my brother's songs blaring through the speakers. We'd heard this song, Candle Eyes, pouring out of my brother's bedroom at least 1,000,000 times. So we were used to it. But I looked over at my mom, worried that she might be embarrassed by the distorting guitars and the gritty lyrics. Distort, 扭曲. Gritty, 坚硬的. Lyrics, 歌词. This was definitely not dinner music. She seemed a little uncertain, but in a happy way. She was sharing secret smiles with my father. My dad was looking amused, although he was very reserved about it. And it took me until the end of the song to realize that he was proud that this noise came from his voice. Then Mr. Losky started grilling Matt and Mike about how they would have afforded to record their own music. And they explained about working and saving and shopping for good use on equipment. And that's when I realized why my father was proud. My brother were feeling pretty good too. You could tell. As I looked around, it struck me that we were having dinner with a group of strangers. We'd lived across the street for years. But I didn't know these people at all. Most especially, I didn't know about Bryce, and based on what I discovered lately, I didn't care to know him anymore. Looking across the table at him, all I got was a strange, disconnected, neutral feeling. No fireworks, no leftover anger, or resurging flutters. Resurging, 复苏 Flutter, 悸动 Nothing. When it was time to go, I went up to Bryce and told him I was sorry for having been so fierce when we'd first come in. I should have let you apologize. And really, it was very nice of your family to have us over. I know it was a lot of work and, well, I think my mother had a really good time and that's what matters to me. We were looking right at each other, but it was almost as though he didn't hear me. Bryce, I said I'm sorry. He nodded, and then our families were waving goodbye and saying good night. I walked behind my mother, who was holding hands with my father, and beside my brothers who were carrying home what was left of our pies. We were wound up in the kitchen, and Mike poured himself a glass of milk and said to Mike that Mr. Losky was sniffing us out pretty good tonight, wasn't he? My dad took a paper plate out of the cupboard and cut a slice of pie. You boys showed a lot of restraint tonight. Restraint, 意志. I don't know if I could kept my cool that way. He's just, entrenched. Matt said, you go to adjust to the perspective and deal from there. Then he added, not that I'd want him as my dad. Mike said, dude, can you imagine? Then Mike gave my dad a slap on the back and said, no way, I'm sticking with my main man here. My mom grinned from across the kitchen and said, me too. I'd never seen my father cry, and he didn't exactly sit there weeping. But there were definitely tears welling up in his eyes. He blinked them back in the best he could and said, don't you boys want some pie to go with that milk? I was just thinking that. Matt said. Yeah, Mac added. I'm starved. Get me a plate too, I called as Mike dug through the cupboard. But we just ate. My mother cried. Come on, Trina, have some pie. It's delicious. That night, I went to bed feeling very full and very happy. And as I lay there in the dark, I wondered at how much emotion can go into any given day, and thought how nice it was to feel this way at the end of it. And as I cuddled in and drifted off to sleep, cuddle, 拥抱, drift, 漂流, drift off, 迷迷糊糊地睡去. My heart felt wonderfully free. The next morning, I still felt good. I went outside to work on the yard. When Mrs. Newby appeared, she told me to consider buying a rooster for my hens, for them to start laying more eggs in order to maintain my business. I don't think the neighborhood would appreciate my getting a rooster, Mrs. Newby, and I never really thought of it as a business, I told her. After I finished cleaning up, I thought about what Mrs. Doobie had told me. Should I really get a rooster? I'd heard that having one around made chickens lay more. But did I really want to go through all of that again? Not really. I didn't want to be the neighborhood rancher. It, however, felt good to take charge of my own destiny. Destiny, 命运. I feel strong and right and certain. Little did I know how a few days back at school would change all of that.
嗨，大家好，欢迎你继续收听第9天的 Flipped 怦然心动。今天的主题是 Flipped 小男孩心动了。这是一段小男孩的内心独白。前一段时间我们说过，因为朱莉安娜一家被 Bryce 一家邀请吃晚餐，这使朱莉安娜的妈妈非常的喜悦，因为这是他们几年以来第一次被邻居一家邀请共进晚餐。而我们的小女孩朱莉安娜呢，正因为前几天在图书馆碰巧听到了 Bryce 和 Garrett 讨论她由于脐带绕颈而导致智障的叔叔而感到非常的愤怒和生气。同时呢，她也因为回想这几年来 Bryce 从未把她当成真正的朋友，而怀疑自己到底是不是还真的在乎 Bryce， 而要故意疏远他。那么接下来让我们共同来听一听小男孩的内心独白和他为什么突然对朱莉安娜心动了呢？
After the dinner, Julie was nice to me at school. It was like I was a stranger to her. And it bugged me. Bug, 烦扰. Then the auction happened, and I found myself with even bigger problems. Auction, 拍卖. The auction is a way the Booster Club raises money for the school. 20 guys are chosen, and they have to come up with fancy picnic lunches, and then be humiliated in front of the whole school while girls bid to have lunch with them. They get to be referred to as basket boys for that period. Basket boys, 篮子男孩。什么叫篮子男孩呢？在这里我想向大家解释一下，在这篇小说中呢，有一个午餐拍卖会。这个午餐拍卖会呢，就是学校选出20个优秀的男孩子，由这些男孩子呢准备午餐，然后由在座的女孩子出标，投标最高的那个人呢将有机会和他最心仪的男孩子一起吃饭，这就叫篮子男孩。Guess who made this year's top 20? And my mom, of course, was into it, coming up with all sorts of stuff to put in my basket, so I got the highest bid. My mother dropped me off at school on Friday with my stupid, oversized picnic basket. And since all basket boys have to dress up, I was choking in a tie. Choking, 卡住，令人窒息的。Before the auction started, Mrs. McClure came where we were gathered and gave us numbers on how we will stand in line. She also got us all organized and made sure we knew what to do and what not to do. I was basket boy number 9, which meant I had to stand there on the stage in the gym. Well, nearly half the guys got auctioned off. Minimum bid was $10. Minimum, 最小值 buck, 美元。出标的最小值呢是10美元。John Trollock was a guy in front of me, and no one was bidding on him. How would he get voted basket boy if nobody wanted to have lunch with him? Then, off to the right of the crowd, I hear 10, 12, came a different voice from the same area. The first voice came back with 15, and all of a sudden, I recognized whose voice it was. Julie Baker's. I searched through the crowd and found her, hand waving in the air, that look all over her face. 15, came the other voice. There was a pause, but then Julie shoots back with 18, 18, cries Mrs. McClure. She pauses, then sighs. 18 goes once, 18 goes twice. Sold for $18. To Julie. She was the last person I expected to bid on a lunch. Anybody's lunch. John staggered back into line, and I knew I was supposed to step forward. But I couldn't budge. I feel like I'd been knocked out in the stomach. Did Julie like John? Is that why she'd been so nice lately? Because she didn't care about me anymore? All my life she'd been there, waiting to be avoided. And now, it was like I didn't even exist. Step up, Bryce. Come on, don't be shy. It felt like walking the plank. Plank, 甲板. But even before my basket list was fully read, Shelly Storch calls out, 10! With that, says Mrs. McClure, I will give you 10. 20, calls Miranda Humes. 25, is Shelly again. It goes on like that until the two of them decide to pool in their resources to outshine a girl known as Jenny. Pool, 联合 outshine, 胜过。现在呢，雪莉斯塔尔和米兰达休姆他们两个呀，准备联合他们的资源去胜过一个叫 Jenny 的女孩 who was willing to bid $100 to have lunch with me. I end up being sold for $122.50 to Shelly and Miranda. It was an all-time record. Throughout the whole auctioning, the most anyone else got was 40. And when it was over, all the guys told me, "Dude, you are like the man! Score!" But I didn't feel like the man. I felt wiped out. My mom came up and gave me a hug, and the kids like I'd won a gold medal or something, then whispered, "My little baby," and went back to work. So I was wiped out, embarrassed, and then practically dragged to the multi-purpose room by Shelly and Miranda. We were given the biggest table and added in an extra air. So, there I was with the two hottest girls on campus, having lunch. I was the man, the envy of every other guy in school. Buddy, I was miserable. Then I saw Julie. She was 2 tables away from me, facing my direction, only she wasn't looking at me. She was looking at John. Her eyes all sparkly and loving. Sparkly, 耀眼的. My heart lurched. Lurch, 被击败了.
What was she laughing about? What was he talking about? How could she sit there and look so beautiful? I felt myself spinning out of control. It was weird. I'd always thought John was pretty cool. But right then, I wanted to go over and throw him across the room. Sally grabbed my arm and sighed, Bryce, are you all right? You look, I don't know, possessed or something. What? Oh, I tried taking a deep breath. What are you staring at? Miranda asked. They both looked over their shoulders, then shrugged and went back to picking at their foot. But I couldn't stop myself from looking again. And in the back of my mind, I could hear my grandfather's voice saying, The choices you make now will affect you for the rest of your life. Do the right thing. Do the right thing. Do the right thing. Then, when Miranda and Sally started fighting and pulling each other's hair, I took that opportunity to leave my table and hear for Julie's. I grabbed her by the hand and said, I've got to talk to you. She sort of half stands and sighs. What? What's going on, Bryce? Why are they fighting? Excuse us a minute, would you, John? I pulled her away from the table. But there's no place to go, and I've got her hand in mine, and I just can't think. So I stopped right there in the middle of the room and looked at her. At that face, I want to touch her cheek and see what it feels like. I want to touch her hair. It looks so incredibly soft. Incredibly, 难以置信的. Bryce, she whispers, What's wrong? I can barely breathe as I ask her, Do you like him? Do I? You mean John? Yeah. Oh, well, sure. He's nice and... No. Do you like him? My heart was pounding through my chest as I took her other hand and waited. Pounding. 重击. Well, no, I mean, not like that. No, she said no. I didn't care where I was. I didn't care who saw. I wanted, just had to kiss her. I leaned in, closed my eyes, and then she broke away from me. Suddenly, the room was dead quiet. Miranda and Sally stared at me through their messed up hair, and everyone was looking at me like I was crazy. I just stood there, trying to reel in my lips and pull myself back together. I didn't even care about covering up. I just wanted to be with her, to talk to her, to hold her hand again, to kiss her. Before school was out, I tried to talk to her again. But every time I got close, she dodged me,躲闪. And then, when the final bell rang, she disappeared. I looked everywhere for her, but she was just gone. Garrett, however, wasn't. He tracked me down and said, Dude, tell me it isn't true. I didn't say a word. I just headed for the bike rack, still hoping to find Julie. Oh man, it is true. Leave me alone, Garrett, You get hooked up with the two finest chicks on campus, then bail on them for Julie? Chick 在这儿不是小鸡的意思，在这儿呢，它指的是小妞。And bail on 指的是失约、放弃。You don't understand. You're right, dude. I completely don't understand. Did you seriously try to kiss her? I couldn't believe that part. We are talking Juliana Baker? Your nightmare neighbor? The know-it or nuisance? Nuisance, 讨厌的人。I stopped cold and pushed him, just leading to him with both hands and pushed. That was a long time ago, man. Knock it off. Gary put both hands up, but moved in at me. Dude, you have flipped. You know that? Just back off, would you? He blocked off my path. I can't believe this. 2 hours ago, you were the man. The man. The whole school was on their knees before you. Now, look at you. You are like a social hazard. Hazard, 冒险。He exhaled and said. Exhale, 呼气。And dude, the truth is, if you are going to be like this, I don't need the association. I got right in his face and sighed. Good. Because you know what? Neither do I. I pushed him aside and ran. I ended up walking home, and for a moment, I wanted to go back in time, to hang with Garrett, and to hate Julie Baker again. I wanted to be the man. But in my heart, I knew there was no going back. Not to Garrett, or Shelley, or Miranda, or any of the other people who wouldn't understand. Julie was different. But after all these years, that didn't bother me anymore. I liked her. And every time I saw her, she seemed more beautiful. She just seemed to glow. She just had this warmth to her. Maybe it came from climbing that tree. Maybe it came from singing to chickens. I don't know. All I know is that compared to her, Shelley and Miranda seemed so ordinary. I never felt like this before, ever. And just admitting it to myself instead of hiding from it made me feel strong. Happy. I took off my shoes and socks, and I ran home barefoot. Barefoot. 赤脚，光着脚的。I realized that Garrett was right about one thing. I had flipped. Completely. I tracked down our street and spotted her bag laying on its side on the driveway. She was home. I rang the bell until I thought it would break. No answer. I pounded on her door. No answer. I went home and called on the phone, and finally her mother answers. Bryce? No, I'm sorry. She doesn't want to talk. Then she whispers. Give her a little time, won't you? I gave her an hour, almost. Then I went across the street. Please, Mrs. Baker, I've got to see her. She's locked herself in her room, dear. Why don't you try phoning tomorrow? Tomorrow? I couldn't wait until tomorrow. So I went around the side of their house, climbed the fence, and knocked on her window. Julie
Julie, please, I've got to see you. Her curtains didn't open, but the back door did, and out came Mrs. Baker to shoo me away. Shoo, 将我赶走。When I got home, my granddad was waiting at the front door. Bryce, what is going on? You've been running back and forth to the baker's, climbing over their fence. You're acting like the world is on fire. I blurted. I can't believe this. I just can't believe this. She won't talk to me. He led me into the front room saying, Who won't talk to you? Julie. He hesitated. 犹豫. Is she mad at you? I don't know. Does she have reason to be mad at you? No. Yes. I mean, I don't know. Well, what happened? I tried to kiss her in front of this whole room of people. Well, I was supposed to be having that stupid basketball lunch with Shelley and Miranda. I tried to kiss her. Slowly, a smile spread across his face. You did. I was like possessed. I couldn't stop myself. But she pulled away, and now she won't talk to me. Very quietly, my grandfather said, Maybe she thinks this is all a little sudden. But it's not. It's not? No, I mean, it started with that stupid newspaper article. And I don't know, I've been weirded out ever since. She doesn't look the same. She doesn't sound the same. She doesn't even seem like the same person to me. I stared out the window at the baker's. She's just different. No, Bryce, she's the same as she's always been. You are the one who's changed. And then, from here on out, you will never be the same again. Maybe my grandfather's happy about all this, but I'm miserable. Miserable. 悲惨的. I can't eat. I can't watch TV. I can't seem to do anything. So I went to bed early. But I can't sleep. I've watched her house from my window for hours, and I can't stop kicking myself for what an idiot I've been all these years. And now, how am I going to make her listen to me? I scale that monster sycamore. Scale, 测量. If I could. Right to the top, and I'd yell her name across the rooftops for the whole world to hear. I am willing to do anything to get her to talk to me. I will do anything if it means being with her. I've got to come up with something to show her that I've changed, to prove to her that I understand. But what? How do I show her that I'm not the guy she thinks I am? How do I erase everything I've done and start over? Maybe I can't. Maybe it just cannot be done. But if I learn one thing from Julie Baker, it's that I've got to put my whole heart and soul into it and try. Whatever happens, I know that my grandfather's right about one thing. I will never be the same again.
嗨，亲爱的小伙伴，你们好！欢迎你继续收听 Day 10 Basket Boys 第10天的怦然心动。上一天我们讲到 Julie 对 Bryce 很友好，但是那是对陌生人一样的友好。Bryce 很失落，而且在 Basket Boys 的拍卖会上 Julie 投标并买到了 John Trulack 的午餐。Bryce 很惊讶，而且吃醋了。他鼓起了勇气走向 Julie， 并且要吻她，但是 Julie 挣脱了。午餐后，他的朋友 Garrett 对 Bryce 说 ：“Bryce， 你是对 Julie 心动了。”然后 Bryce 才真的意识到自己对 Julie 彻底的心动了。即使 Garrett 说 ：“Bryce， 你那样做，我就跟你绝交。” Bryce 也义无反顾。放学后 Bryce 尝试各种方式要跟 Julie 说话，但都没有成功。今天我们来听一听 Julie 的内心独白。The Monday after the Lasky's dinner party, Dollar checked me down at school and forced Bryce Lasky back into my brain. Jules, wow, girl, wait up! How have you been? I'm fine, Dollar. How are you? No, seriously, she whispered. Are you doing okay? I got to thinking, that was just so cold of Bryce, especially since you've got that soft spot for him. Soft spot 表示 Julie 对 Bryce 的好感。Who told you that? Like I haven't got eyes? Come on, girl. Are you seriously all right? Yes, I am. But I've just, lost my taste for him. She looked at me doubtfully. Uh-huh. Well, I have. But thanks for, caring. All through first period, I was still feeling strong and right and certain. But then Mrs. Simons ended the lesson a full 15 minutes early and said, "Clear your desks of everything but a pen or pencil. It's time to vote for Basket Boys." 20 of the school's 8th grade boys would be made to pack a picnic lunch for 2 and be auctioned off to the highest bidder. As I read down the list of over 150 8th grade boys, I realized that to me, there had only ever been one boy. To me, there had only been Bryce. I certainly wasn't going to vote for him now. But I didn't know who else to vote for. I managed to put dots next to the boys I knew were just nice. John Trulack was one of them. I handed over my ballot and forgot all about the auction. Ballot 这里表示选票、投票 ，auction 表示拍卖。The next day, during lunchtime, Dollar dragged me over to her table. "Have you seen the list of basket boys?" She showed me a list of 20 names, then said, "Your main dish is on it. 5 from the top. There it was, Bryce Lasky." I should have expected it, but still, this awful surge of selfishness shot through me. Who had voted for him? Out of 150 names, he must have gotten a lot of votes. I threw the list back at Dollar and said, "He's not my main dish." Main dish 这里表示 Julie 的真命天子 Bryce. As a matter of fact, I didn't even vote for him. I'm over him, okay? I'm glad to hear it, because rumor is that Shelley is already staking her claim on him. 因为传闻说 Shelley 发誓要买到 Bryce. Shelley stores? I could feel my cheeks flush. That's right, Dollar responded. To my surprise, John Trulock made it on this list too. That afternoon, I rode home from school thinking about Bryce and the whole basketball auction. I could feel myself backsliding about Bryce. But why should I care if Shelley liked him? I shouldn't even be thinking about him. When I wasn't thinking about Bryce, I was worrying about poor John Trulock. He was quiet, and I felt sorry for him, having to hold a basket and be auctioned off in front of the whole student body. What had I done to him? When I reached home, Bryce's name shot through my brain, and with it came a panic I didn't seem able to control. I locked myself in my room and tried to do my homework. Where was my peace? Where was my resolve? Where was my sanity?
我的决心去哪里了？我的理智去哪里了？
Had they left me because Shelley Stores was after him? Was it just some old rivalry making me feel this way?
Old rivalry, 旧的竞争。
I had to get past Bryce and Shelley. They deserved each other. Let them have each other. I had to stay away from him. I needed to get him out of my life. So I closed my ears to the news of basketballs and avoided Bryce at school. And when I did happen to run into him, I simply said hello like he was someone I barely even knew. It was working. I was growing stronger by the day. Who cared about auctions and basketballs? I didn't. Friday morning, on my way to school, I met Mrs. Stubbe, who stopped me to give me money for my eggs. I didn't even know how much she owed me. At that moment, I didn't care. All I knew was the top bill in her hand was a 10. And it was striking terror in my heart. How much was it? When I got to school, I parked my bike, then broke down and looked. 10, 15, 16, 17, 18. I folded the bills together and slid them back into my pocket. Was it more than Shelley had? All through first period, I was furious with myself for even thinking it. All through second period, I kept my eyes off of Bryce. But, it was so hard. I'd never seen him in a tie and cufflinks before. Then, at break, I was at my locker when Shelley Stores appeared out of nowhere. She got right next to me and said, I hear you are planning to bid on him. What? I took a step back. Who told you that? I'm not. Someone said they saw you with a whole lot of cash this morning. How much do you have? It's none of your business. And I'm not bidding, okay? I don't even like him anymore. I slammed my locker closed. Go ahead and waste your money on him. I don't care. I left him there with her mouth open, which felt even better than getting her in a headlock. Then the entire student body assembled in the gymnasium. I wasn't going to bid on Bryce. No way. Then the basketballs came out on the stage. Bryce looked so adorable holding a picnic basket. Dollar came up behind me and whispered, Rumor is you've got a lot of cash. Is that true? What? No. I mean, yes, but I'm not bidding. The Booster Club president, Mrs. McClure, went on the podium, calling into the microphone. Welcome to the 52nd Annual Basketball Auction. If you wish to place a bid, you must raise your hand high. Minimum bid is $10, and of course, the sky is the limit. 最高没有限制。Dollar eyed me. Maybe you should bid this year. I don't want to, but I've liked Bryce for so long, Dollar. I've liked him since I was 7. And even though I know he's mean and a coward, and I should never speak to him again, I'm having trouble focusing on that, especially since Shelley Stores is after him. And now I've got this money burning a hole in my pocket. Well, I can understand the bit about Shelley Stores. But if you know that boy is just a big piece of fluffy cheesecake that you are going to regret eating, I can help you with your diet. She put out her hand. Give me the money. I'll hold it for you. No. No? I mean, I can handle this. I've got to handle it. She shook her head. Oh, girl, I'm hurting for you here. I looked back at the stage. The auction was happening so fast. They'd be at Bryce in no time. As the bidding continued, the battle in my head got louder and fiercer. What was I going to do? Then suddenly, the gym fell quiet. And standing next to Mrs. McClure, looking completely embarrassed, was John Truelock. Mrs. McClure was searching the crowd with her eyes, looking very uncomfortable too. What happened? I whispered to Dollar. No one's bidding, she whispered back. Oh no, I whispered to Dollar. I can't believe I did this to him. I voted for him. Well, you couldn't have been the only one. But why isn't anyone bidding on him? He's so nice. Dollar nodded. Exactly. That's when I realized what I had to do. My hand shot into the air and I called, 10. 10? Wobbled Mrs. McClure. Did I hear 10? I put my hand up higher and said to Dollar, Say 12. I'll outbid you. No way. Dollar, he can't go for 10. Come on. 12. Dollar called out. 15. I cried. 16. Called Dollar and eyed me with a laugh. I whispered, Dollar, I've only got 15. Her eyes got enormous. I laughed and called, 18. Then held her arm down and said, But that really is all I've got. There was a moment of silence, and then, 18 going once, 18 going twice. Sold for $18. Dollar laughed and said, Wow, girl, what a rush. I nodded. Yes, it was. Then, before Mrs. McClure could say 2 words about Bryce or his basket, Shelley called, 10. Then from the middle of the gym came, 20. It was Miranda, with her hand way in the air. They went back and forth, higher and higher, until the 2 of them pooled in their money to bid him. Bryce went to Shelley and Miranda for $122.50. During lunch, I was seated in direct view of Bryce, but I did my best to ignore him. I had relaxed a lot and was actually having a good time eating lunch with John. And I was so relieved that I hadn't bid on Bryce. What a fool I would have made of myself. Watching Shelley and Miranda flattering all over him didn't bother me nearly as much as I thought it would. Suddenly, a huge commotion broke out over at Bryce's table. 突然 Bryce 的桌子上响起一阵巨大的骚动 Commotion 骚动 And out of nowhere, he appeared at our table. He grabbed my hand, pulled me a few feet away, and whispered, "Do you like him?" I was stunned. He held my other hand and asked again, "Do you like him?" You mean John? Yes. I can't remember what I said. He was looking into my eyes, holding my hands tight, and then he began pulling me toward him. My heart was racing, and his eyes were closing, and his face was coming toward mine. Right there, in front of all the other basket boys and their dates, and the adults. He was going to kiss me. I panicked. I'd been waiting for all my life for that kiss. And now, I pulled free and ran back to my table. And when I sat down, John whispered, "Did he just try to kiss you?" Everyone started whispering double speed, and Bryce didn't even seem to care. He kept trying to come over and talk to me, but either he would get stopped by a teacher or I would dash away from him before he had a chance to say anything. When the dismissal bell finally rang, I said a quick goodbye to John and left and paddled back home so hard. My mother heard me slamming doors and came to check on me in my room. "Juliana, what's wrong?" I flipped over on my bed to face her and wailed, "I'm so confused. I don't know what to think or feel or do." She sat down beside me on the bed and stroked my hair. "Tell me what happened, sweetheart." I hesitated, then threw my hands up in the air. "He tried to kiss me." My mother struggled not to let it show, but underneath her composed expression was a growing smile. She leaned in a little and asked, "Who did?" "Bryce." She hesitated. "But you've always liked him." The doorbell rang and rang again. My mom started to get up, but I grabbed her arm and said, "Don't get that." The bell rang again, and almost right after that, there was a loud knocking at the door. "Mom, please, don't get it. That's probably him." But sweetheart, I was over him, completely over him. 我跟他彻底结束了。Since when? Since last Friday, after the dinner. If he had vanished from the face of the earth after our dinner at the last kiss, I wouldn't have cared. Why? Did something happen at the dinner that I don't know about? I threw myself back onto my pillow and said, "It's too complicated, Mom. I just can't talk about it." "Ma," she said after a moment, "don't you sound like a teenager?" "I'm sorry," I whimpered, because I knew I was hurting her feelings. I sat up and said, "Mom, all those years I liked him. I never really knew him. All I knew was that he had the most beautiful eyes I'd ever seen, and that his smile melted my heart like the sun melts butter. But now I know that inside he's mean and a coward, so I've got to get over what he's like on the outside." My mother leaned back and crossed her arms. Well, she said, isn't this something? The phone rang and Mom said, let me get that, okay? Your dad said he'd call if he was working overtime, and that's probably him. When my mother came back, I absently asked, is Dad working late? That wasn't Dad, sweetheart. It was Bryce. I sat straight up. Now he's calling? I have lived across the street from him for 6 years, and he's never once called me. Is he doing this because he's jealous? Jealous? Of whom? So I ended up telling her everything. She clapped her hands and positively giggled. Mom, it's not funny. She tried to straighten up. I know, sweetheart, but why don't you just listen to what he has to say? He sounded desperate to talk to you. What could he possibly have to say? He's lied to me. He hasn't stood up for me. He's nobody that I want to like. I just need some time to get over all those years of having liked him. Mom sat there for the longest time. Then she said, people do change, you know. Maybe he's had some revelations lately too.
也许他最近也有了些启示。Revelations 启示，启示录的启示。
And frankly, any boy who tries to kiss a girl in front of a room full of other kids does not sound like a coward to me. She stroked my hair and whispered, maybe there's more to Bryce than you know. Then she left me alone with my thoughts. My mother knew I needed time to think. But Bryce wouldn't leave me alone. He kept calling on the phone and knocking on the door. He even snuck around the house and tapped on my window. Every time I turned around, there he was, pestering me. Why didn't he understand that I wasn't interested in what he had to say? What could he possibly have to say? Was it so much to ask just to be left alone? Then this afternoon, I was reading a book in the front room with the curtains drawn, hiding from him as I had all week. When I heard a noise in the yard, I peeked outside, and there was Bryce, walking across my grass, and he was carrying a spade. What was he planning to do with that? I flew off the couch and pulled open the door and ran right into my father. Stop him! I cried. Calm down, Juliana, he said, and eased me back inside. I gave him permission. Permission? Permission to do what? I flew back to the window. He's digging a hole. That's right. I told him he could. But why? I think the boy has a very good idea. That's why. But it's not going to kill your grass, Juliana. Just let him do what he's come to do. But what is it? What's he doing? Watch. You will figure it out. It was torture seeing him dig up my grass. The hole he was making was enormous. How could my father let him do this to my yard? Bryce knew I was there too, because he looked at me once and nodded. No smile, no wave, just a nod. My dad joined me on the couch and peeked out the window too. A tree? I whispered. He's planting a tree? I'd help him, but he says he has to do this himself. Is it a... The words stuck in my throat. I didn't really need to ask, though, and he knew he didn't need to answer. I could tell from the shape of the leaves, from the texture of the trunk. This was a sycamore tree. I flipped around on the couch and just sat. A sycamore tree. Bryce finished planting the tree, watered it, cleaned everything up, and then went home. And I just sat there, not knowing what to do. I've been sitting there for hours now, just staring out the window at the tree. It may be little now, but it will grow day by day. And 100 years from now, it will reach clear over the rooftops. It will be miles in the air. Already, I can tell it's going to be an amazing, magnificent tree. I also can't stop wondering about Bryce. What has he been trying to tell me? What's he thinking about? I know he's home because he looks out his window from time to time. A little while ago, he put his hand up and waved. And I couldn't help it. I gave a little wave back. So maybe I should go over there and thank him for the tree. Maybe we could sit on the porch and talk. It just occurred to me that in all the years we've known each other, we've never done that. Never really talked. Maybe my mother is right. Maybe there's more to Bryce than I know. Maybe it's time to meet him in the proper light. 全面认识 Bryce. OK, 今天的朗读就到这里结束了，感谢大家的收听。